Streams up, she's in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking, tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, both in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Good afternoon. Did I scare you with that? Hi guys. Guess what? We had audio problems last night. So we're on the normal mic at the moment, so we don't have background music. So if you would give me 5 more minutes, I will change it to the other thing. Okay, I realized my hair was a bit of a problem. So let's see. Let's change it up. I'm sorry if things go wrong again, because this is what happened last night. Microphones, stereo series. Let's go to the settings. Anyway, how are you all doing? Sonar, virtual audio cable, stream. There we go. I hope you guys can still hear me and it's not going shh. Is it? Is it bad? Then we have the output, which is also personal. I'm just gonna see. I'll just put my normal speakers. Cold as shit. That's a cool shirt. This, it's freaking awesome. It's my mom's. Well, it's mine now. I stole it from my mom. Yeah, there you go. Sweet. I will diagram you, WZ, like one of my French peoples. I like that that was a sort of gender neutral. It doesn't really matter. Let's get some music playing, see how it goes, see if it conks out again. Because we do need background music today, because I'm going over the diagram before we start the diagram. Okay, I was busy doing that. That's also why I was late, but that's not a good enough excuse for you guys. I'm sorry. Here we go. It should be playing. Can you hear it? I can't hardly hear it. Oh, that's because it's really low for me. It's 2% for you guys. So it's cold. Is it cold in SA? Wee! Olo. Sorry I'm late, Joseph. I hope you stayed. Especially after finding out I'm a thief. I like Charlie Kirk. Let me see if I can edit it while I'm live. Cook. There we go. Let's see what happens. There, it changed. It worked. Didn't it work? Didn't it change? My ice cubes have ice cubes. No, I left them gone. Oh, okay. Thanks so much, Groovy. Guys, what would I do without you? Okay, I would just be useless. Okay. You guys, you've really energized me. Although I do have some nice cold coffee as well. Speaking of cold. And today, boys and girls, if you were in the Discord, you would know that I went to go and buy a prop for today's stream, because I keep, you know what, I can't just use paper over and over. Yes, this is scrap paper, but you know, I can't be doing that sort of stuff. Okay, I can't be using paper all the time. So finally what I did is I bought a whiteboard. So we now have an official scoreboard that we've got. So I went in and tallied the scores from last time, and now it is an actual tally chart. But anyway, and then I looked at them and I was like, okay, cool. So we have Dave on 1. Charlie's winning, right? As I've said, Charlie's winning because he's doing the best. And yes, I'm saving a tree. Exactly 1 of 44. And then, so he's got 6 because he's done 6 moderation things. And then Josh is on -3 because he has not performed to my satisfaction. Okay. So it has been posited that this means that I'm into Dave Smith. I think he's making good arguments. No. I don't know. That's definitely not what I'm trying to bring across here. That I'm for Dave Smith's arguments. If anything, they are rather retarded. But the only thing that he has had going for him is Josh's lack of decorum. So that's why there are less. That's why there are less points, fewer points for Josh because of his behavior. But I do want to go. You have a crush on Dave. We get it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, I can hardly even stand his voice. Like if I just had him just talking and his decorum was fine, I would still. Anyway, so yes, Charlie's head. Charlie does have a weird shaped head, so I will minus a point for that, Mouse Cat, if you like. Okay, we'll look at it. Yeah, we already know you're a Smith enjoyer. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to go through the diagram itself because I listened over to the my coverage, not listening to the video, and there were points where Josh was making points, right? He did put counterfactuals in, so I needed to count them, but because his behavior was so bad, I only focused on the minuses. So essentially his score should be higher, but it would not be in the winning thing. It's just that he's got some positives that I did not count, and I think it's unfair. So I'm going to go back in the diagram, and somebody saw someone, sorry, WZ. I saw someone call Charlie a swollen tick head, and now I can't unsee it. Well, thank you. Now you've done that for me. One monkey gets an extra branch to swing on. There you see, good monkeys. So anyway, so what we're going to do is just go through the diagram, and this is where hopefully you guys can see what it's like, or where I found joy in having a map of the discussion. Okay, Charlie's teeth bother me. I don't know. I think of all the things to bother you about Charlie, you should think more about like his views and things like that, than his teeth. But hey, if you go in the comment section of Disparu, basically all people are talking about is his hair and his teeth. So, I mean, it's a visual medium. What do you want from people? All right, so. Let's get our, sorry, I can't see you guys. I'll put you there. Got his head. Why are you guys, look, like, I think it's funny. He is a funny looking dude. But, you know, what can you do about it? He can't get a new head, guys, not yet. So let's get our OBS out and diagram. Right. So what I did is I went and made our key. Okay, I'm joking. I know, we're all joking. His eyes are close together, so his view is askew. You know what? I really just like that turn of phrase, view is askew. So I decided that I agree. Okay. It's the gums that are a problem. Alright. You can do something about teeth. You can't do something about a head shape, though. Right. So, on with just a recap of the diagram. That's what I'm doing here. So, oopsie. Ooh, this is another thing about having the whiteboard here, is you can't put your hands on it. So, I'll put it side there. let's just let everybody know what I'm busy doing. Diagram cleanup before we continue. We're doing it live, boys, so this is what it's like. So you gotta just deal with that. I was quite serious about the monkeys. Sorry. 1 of 44 is letting us know. Okay. Right, guys, am I peaking? Because I had to adjust my audio last night for I tried to get it a bit louder for gamer, and I thought increasing my volume would work. I tried to bring it back down. Just let me know if I'm peaking. That's all I wanted. If I'm getting too loud. In general. I mean, I do get too loud. Anyway, right. So what I did is I made a key. Right. So remember, we know this. We made this little pin marker. That was when you you give a little fact marker. You're saying, here is the fact that I'm referring to. So I've called that assertion of fact, and I've put there in brackets according to the speaker. That's just to keep in mind that just because I've put the tack next to it doesn't mean I agree with it being fact. It's the person that has said it. They're asserting this is the fact. Okay? So that's why I'm just saying according to the speaker. So when somebody gives you, they quote a study or something like that, that's what they have accepted as fact. And we've discussed this in the previous session, how a lot of the time in a debate, it really is which factoids people are gonna latch onto, because we have feelings and then we use facts to figure to back them up, right? And we come across at least one fact. It gives us a feeling, and then we continue and we create this confirmation bias. Right, so minus point is now when we go onto the slate, right? Onto the whiteboard. That's where I'm going to be putting the minus points, right? A minus point is marked with a red. I haven't put that into the diagram below, so that's what we're actually going to be doing now. So minus point is marked with that, and so far what I've put as minuses is interrupting and insulting. So it's actually bad form things. It's not actually I mean, we could say things like straw manning, misinterpretation, all of those things, but really things that properly disrupt the conversation, interrupting and insulting, those are the things. That is the reason why I've minus points in so far in the interaction. And insulting also does go along with the idea of bringing up your opponent's tweets rather than actually just talking about what your opponent thinks about, that sort of thing. It's decorum. Okay, so let's just lack of decorum. Okay, that sort of thing right there. Then a plus point, of course, is what I'm really making, what I didn't do consistently in the previous one, which is why we're going through this again. It's you articulate your argument successfully. It's articulating it. It's not that oh no, it convinces the other person, therefore you get a point. That's never gonna happen. It's a debate. It's you've articulated points and they've made logical sense. Okay, and they've just been communicated. I'm giving people points for communicating here. Then also a plus point, which definitely I was slacking on giving Josh, is when you present a counterpoint. When you have related to what somebody said, what your opponent said previously, and you give a counterpoint, that's you having listened to them and you giving an alternative fact. You should get a point for that. It's not articulating a new argument, it's counter argument. So I need to go through and redo. So moderation plus points. So when it comes to the pluses and whatever, I could have used the same symbol, but I think it's better for us to just understand. When I say Charlie's winning, it's because he's got points for moderation. He's actually on a different scale. We are looking for different behavior from him. What we want is him to be behaving to the point where he keeps people on the point, right? He keeps his participants on topic. That's what we want him to do. We want him to ask good questions. So I've given him points for asking good questions, for rephrasing, all of those kinds of things. And also dealing with interruptions and bad behavior. That's where I've been giving positive points as well. When he goes, Josh, you know, like when Josh is busy interrupting or insulting, or he even does it to the crowd, where the crowd's whooping and cheering or whatever. He's like, okay, stop. That sort of stuff is what I want. The kind of moderation that gets us further in the conversation. Moderation minus points are still a thing. Here is them off topic. So if he asks a question that moves them off topic, I haven't seen it happen. So far, it's like he seems to have noticed when they're just busy repeating themselves and speaking across each other. He asks a question to get them to the points that they disagree on and get them to interact, really. Their ideas to interact rather than just throwing at each other. But yeah, the off topic, I would minus for being off topic. Escalating conflict is something that I put in here because I am rewarding, okay, with points, things that don't escalate conflict, that move us forward. So if you're escalating conflict, i.e. doing something that's going to, like if you were a Jubilee moderator kind of thing, you're trying to get people to actually be pissed off, that's where I would take points from. The Wadey versus Gamer debate needed more insults being flung, to be honest. Even casual, you're a fucking moron would have sufficed. They really didn't even, they did it in chat, because Gamer was like, yeah, I want to challenge Kitty, and then when it came to actually going into the debate, they were very reasonable with each other. I'm sure if we found something, you know, more even more contentious, and also just we got more comfortable with each other, maybe we would be able to yell. But I think it was a good start, Creamage. DMC, who are you talking to, bro? Are you talking to yourself? People, if you are talking to yourself in the chat, be nice to yourself. Okay. Charlie Kirk, moderator. Cool, we got that. So I've got their different colors. I haven't gone in and given each block a color. Okay, it's just, this is where you find who said what. So I gave him a mark for making us go to the topics, because see here, we've got Charlie. Let's rehash the points. Okay, so I had 1 for Dave, 6 for Charlie, and -3 for Josh. So now we're redoing it. Okay, so I'm erasing it. Okay, and I need to get some nice colorful pens for my board. They didn't have them downstairs. Right, so downstairs means at the shop. Okay, so far we've got Charlie with a plus. Actually, yeah, I should probably do it like this. I'll just erase when I have a minus. I'll just erase. Oh no, I want to record that I've got the minuses. Okay, so what points do they get for being physically attractive versus goofy looking? Tombi. Hey, Tombi, are we still on for this week? I should have messaged you. Jeez, it's close to the chin wag, boys. Am I still on for this week? This is a great time to check. Okay, so the positives will go at the top. Okay, the positives will go at the top. Okay, and the negatives will go at the bottom. So, Charlie, 100%. Yeah, let's go. Daisy, say hello. Daisy is also confirming with you. You can have her tail in frame. Her face, we're not too sure. Oof. Okay. So 1 point for Charles. For getting them on topic. Good buoy. Good moderator. Okay. Dave. Okay, so I gave Dave. Sorry. Chat. It's your fault. Hi, Mad. She's identical to my cat Cosmo. Oh, I love the name Cosmo for a kitty cat. Okay, So Dave did get a point for his introductory statements, right? Because he just articulated an argument, right? He did talk about himself, cool, because it's his intro. It's fine. We're not going to remove points. He didn't go and he didn't insult Josh in his bits. You see here that I don't give him points for these factoid things. I just put little things to say, hey, go and look them up. Okay, this is what he bases his arguments upon. So remember, he loves his clean break memo. He loves his books. He tells us to go and read books and things like that. And also his 5-star general. Where is it? Did I give him a point for the 5-star general? I mean, he thinks that's this is 4-star. Sorry, 4-star. I forgot. It's a 4-star general. So you see, I'm not giving him points for that. I'm just saying here you pointed towards things. That's fine. If you want, when this is published, this diagram, you can go and check these out, right? Okay. Then just his main points, basically his main contention gets across that the establishment lies to justify wars. Okay, it wants to make wars, and it's the establishment's fault. Okay, and also he does refer to what Charlie was asking about. Charlie did ask him about a solution, whether Israel influences American politics. He did address that, and he did give a supposed solution, which I would say is quite it's nice and hopeful, but it's quite impractical. So that's what he wants, and he just gets a point for articulating that, right? And fine, that's it. It's not me saying this point here, giving him a point is not me saying, wow, I believe him. It's me saying he articulated himself. Okay, understood? Then thank you, Dave. Josh, opening statement. Feel free to respond, and then we'll go and proceed as we go. So here, I was tempted to actually put a moderation minus point, because he asks for a response and the general point that Josh wants to make. When I thought it would have been better to get to just get Josh to give us an argument, okay? But then again, considering what it was like with yesterday's debate, it is kind of difficult to have somebody not address what was just said. Letting something go unaddressed completely, you might forget to address it. So I initially, if you go back to the first time we went over this, I did say, well, Josh is going to want to talk about what Dave has just brought up, because it is recent in his head. So I can't really get upset. So basically, I've came down on the idea, let's not remove a point, because he's asked for a response and a general point. It's up to the participant, Josh, to respond and give his own arguments separately. So this is where I landed up taking points away from Josh because of his approach. Okay, what I didn't like about him is there's no interrupting, whatever, but here it's kind of insulting. Okay, is where it is. And remember, you get points for articulating an argument, right? Or articulating an argument very well. I feel like this argument was off balance as well. It was the way that this argument came through was, hey, this guy has criticized Trump, therefore you should not like him. He literally brought it in by saying, this is Turning Point USA, this is MAGA, this is where we come together, we are Trump supporters here. He established that, and then went into Dave Smith's tweets. So he attacked Dave Smith, and I don't care how valid those arguments are, okay? He attacked the person rather than the issue. That to me is not, it's not decorum. It's not giving winning points. So Other people could find it different. They could say, no, this was great. This is how I would approach it. For me, this is something that maybe you could do later on. If you really want to let it be known how much you dislike your opponent, okay, do it somewhere later on in the debate. But right out of the gate, the thing that I took points off for Josh here, what I took off for him was you went straight to bro's tweets. You mentioned his name in your arguments, when Dave Smith himself, who's supposed to be this midwit, just went into his own arguments. He was able to stick to himself and stick to what he thinks, but you could not hold it together long enough to not bring up, like literally bring out your piece of paper and you're reading the guy's tweets. It just didn't look good, so that's why I've got my red point there. He also said he was disgusted that he even had to share the stage with him. Exactly, and cool, if that's what you want to express because you want to disavow, okay? So Joseph, like, I understand him wanting to, like, disavow Dave Smith, okay? But the point is you are on the stage with him. And I just didn't. That my point there was when you said that, I'm like, okay, well then get off the stage then. You know, like, and maybe just, I don't know, it just would have come off better if it wasn't the first interaction, the first thing out of the gate. Because don't worry, Dave Smith was definitely gonna give you shit. He was going to somehow go for you, and because of his nature, he is going to talk shit at some point. So rather wait for him to lose those optics. And then you can say, you see what a dick this guy is. Okay, that's what I'm on. That doesn't in no way means that Josh has invalid arguments about Israel. Okay, that in no way, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is his human behavior in this context. That's what I'm interested in when I'm looking and diagramming into debates. I'll let you know if I'm really invested in a topic, okay? But right now, my deepest interest is in how they deal with the topic, not so much the facts themselves. Okay. Hi Matthew, how you doing? I hope you are keeping well, keeping warm in SA. Right. So what we're doing, if you see at the bottom here, we're just cleaning up the diagram and the point system. So I have minus points for Josh, so he started out minus. So this is the minus area. Okay, and he's got 1 minus. This is plus area. Oh, Matthew, you didn't see my whiteboard. Look. And this was purchased with our YouTube fund. So thank you, members and super chatters. We were able to buy this because of you. So there you go. It's very cool, very high quality. Okay. So yeah, we got our pluses at the top and our bottoms at the bottom. And then just little reminders of what I'm minusing points for. Also, it's magnetic. Right. So, so it takes issue with the mention of the Likud party. So here, this is something that I should have at least given Josh points for, right? Because he gave a counterfactual. That's what I'm saying. Remember when we go up here, you get a plus point for your counterpoint presented successfully, right? So he presents a counterpoint. So because Dave over here spoke about the Likud party here. So he goes and he responds to it. Here is the counterfactual. Okay, here's the contention or the argument for Dave was, oh well, they're so connected with the Likud party, they're in cahoots, and the Likud party wants war in the Middle East. And this is the counterfactual by Josh. That in 2002, a man by the name of Ariel Sharon vehemently opposed the Bush administration going into Iraq. Now, this is then later also criticized further, but either way, this is still a counterpoint. So we need to put a what's the name? A star like that over here. go. So I'm going to put that here to show that we added points. You can't add, if I did that, it turns off. You can't add several points here. So it's just showing we got minus and we got plus. So takes issue, there is his counterfactual, so he gets a point. 1. Okay, actually, in the this over here is not a counterfactual, it's an extra. So let's put this here. This is a point to a point made, like a fact asserted. Okay, so he asserts here that Libya went to Israel. Now remember, I took issue with this, saying I don't know how relevant this is when you're saying Libya itself went to Israel to try and negotiate and speak to the USA. That doesn't mean that well, I guess he's trying to say that Israel was helping them, and that's an indication that they wanted peace. Right. This over here, I'm going to actually put, this is where I'll put the red flag, the red thing for minusing points for his bad behavior, is invokes Trump support from the crowd. Like we don't need this. We don't want this optical shit that you're actually spending your time and your words to try and say, look at my opponent being a dick. Okay? This is all connected, really. I'll put this here. So he invokes the Trump support from the crowd. MAGA movement is unified, and he goes and talks about the MAGA. This is removing points here because I'm not interested in this. This is not a successful argument being a relevant argument being put together. Why are you talking about how MAGA is? An overwhelming majority of self-identified MAGA Republicans support close U.S. relations. So him doing this is not it's not giving me enough of a reason. You're just saying the opinions of others. You're not giving me further stuff. You're just quoting polls. According to a CBS News poll, moreover, after recent Operation Midnight, Hammers, okay, not 94% supported it. So he's like, listen, MAGA supported it, therefore you guys should support this. Again, I didn't find that a valuable argument. Do you guys think I should put it? It's an argument he's made. It's supposed to be successful, but it's a weak one. Maybe I should give him points for this. What do you guys think about this, whether this is relevant or not? Maybe I need to put in relevant arguments articulated, you know? Like, just because, like, if you go and you articulate that ice cream is cold and that's a valid argument or something, that doesn't mean I need to give you points. And again, this is just my opinion of what has been presented to me. So, fine. At this point, unless you guys can convince me in chat, I've done something disingenuous, let me know. Attacks Dave Smith's behavior. So I guess, yeah, this is why I also removed points again. Dave Smith's behavior. Quote tweets of Dave Smith criticizing Trump. He criticized, Dave Smith is criticizing the actions of Trump, and the way that this is framed by Josh is he is calling our president a bitch. He is doing this, he is doing that. He did not focus on what Dave is talking about in those tweets. He's just saying, look how this man is treating Trump. So this could be the same minus point, I suppose. It's invoking the maybe I can delete this and just put it there. It's minus 1 point for both of these things. That's fine. He goes into this MAGA stuff, and then he goes into quotes tweets of Dave criticizing Trump, mentions how Trump has delivered on promises since the first term. This is also an irrelevant argument. Just because it's there, I don't feel I need to give it points. It's irrelevant. It's like, okay, oh, by the way, Trump has delivered on promises. The argument, as the topic as given to us by the moderator, 12-day war, I suppose we're talking about that can be related. I did say that they're kind of in the same arena. The 12-day war is obviously about how Trump dealt with things, I suppose. So it isn't completely irrelevant. In Iran nuclear weapon, he speaks about. So I suppose this is somewhat relevant. He's saying, without 12-day war was well handled. I guess that's the point. So I should give him a point for this. It is an argument, a relevant argument, given that he's gone here. He said 12-day war was well handled. It's got to do with the topics. But yeah, and sorry, it's not green, it's the star. There. Get that. Morning, atheist gamer, how you doing? This has deleted the wrong thing. Here, let's go here. Right, so one more point there for Josh. Okay. Okay, there. So we've taken a point away, and I've given a point there. So that's 2 points to Josh in this interaction. Okay, because he's brought up 2 points there. Oh, I haven't given Dave his positive from the previous one. Okay, there it is. Okay, his main point that he was okay, US policy is insane. I guess that's where I'll put this. He's making this. This is basically his main argument, is what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm giving him a point. That. Oh, and you did give a solution, so I think I should give 2 points. Sorry, he did give a solution. He mentioned things that were requested by the moderator. Cool. So we got those 2. At the moment, there are. I've got a -1. Oh, a -2. Sorry. So at the moment, Josh has it's giving 15 points for Gryffindor. At this point I've minused. Josh would be equal to Dave if he hadn't mentioned the tweet. Okay. Right. So you can see peace is hard. I'm trying to keep the peace. Now, Dave, I want to give you an opportunity, about 4 minutes, to respond to that, but also I do want to now. Okay, yeah, no. Debate me. Oh, this is now. Let's respond as you see fit. Okay, so that is not necessarily a crazy a good a thing I need to put points on. Did I give points? Maybe I did initially give points to I should give points to Charlie here, because he said let's respond as you see fit. He did do the pieces difficulty, made a bit of a joke, but yeah, I want a little bit more than subtlety, so I'm not going to give him another point there. I was very generous with it. So Dave Smith's response and the 12-day war. So but I want opening salvos, Tomahawk missiles launched. This what I meant by him making a joke out of it. It's him using all of this and him saying peace is hard, it's difficult, that sort of thing. That's very subtle, it's behavioral, it's whatever. So let's respond as you see fit. I come here, so I think he was saying I come here to debate issues and they come up here to debate me and my character. It's all they have every single time, because they can't actually take on any of the arguments. See, this is the point that he lands up getting on Josh, because it looks like this is true. Dave Smith is not my hero, absolutely not. So he looks better to the crowd, to the sycophants, because of this, because Josh gave him this opportunity. Do you see? That is why I removed points from Josh doing this. Gave him this opportunity, and now he gets to come in and get the optical win of, wow, you see, I come here to debate issues, but they come here to insult me. So he does get points for that, optically at least. He defends the positions quoted by Josh as a free American. So he did. I mean, he brings a counter argument. So there is, sorry, I keep giving the wrong freaking color here. A wrong point. He does get a point here for a counter argument given, because he's like, listen, as a free American, because now you see how he opened it up. The fact that Josh now spoke about Dave Smith's behavior, right, and went into this. Josh has actually opened him up to this opportunity to make a point. So this is what I'm talking about, why he didn't need to do that. Okay, also, Charlie Kirk, I need to put that. Maybe that's where I got points. Charlie tried to calm down the crowd, and so he gets a point there. So Charlie gets 1 for telling the crowd to calm down. Okay. Are we all just gonna sing? Savaringu today is just all about the music. It's true though, every Israel debate Dave's done, they always attack him and not his points. The entire Douglas Murray debacle was the same thing. And that makes it look like he's valid. Everything he says is valid because you're too busy carrying on about the guy. When just, if you went to the issue yourself, it would actually not be as bad. So yeah, here is his response. I came here to debate my issues. I think these two go together really. I'm not going to give a point each, but it's basically he's opened his response to the attack, maybe. Response to Josh's criticism. Okay. I think this is what gets him the point. So I'll move this marker here. And put it there. Okay. Sorry, that and defends his position. I'm a free American, so he gets, and the crowd goes woo when he does this, as if it's like, oh, look at him, what a fucking hero. Okay. Then he just does a counterfactual, I suppose. So this is supposed to be give him more points, but he says, let's see if it's just a counterfactual, or if it really does knock the previous points out of the water. The Sharon claim only opposed the attack on Iraq because he wanted Iran attacked first. Got on board once they were assured Iran would be next. So he's taken the fact and interpreted it differently. So he hasn't given a completely different one, but he's counter-argued. But do we ever go back to this? Do we continue going forward with this? We've just got he said over here. So I don't know. Benjamin Netanyahu, okay, so remember we had that he was very upset and made it known how he doesn't like how long Benjamin Netanyahu has been in power. Can go watch and advocate that the US let Israel do it, but that the US overthrow Saddam Hussein. I guarantee that peace will spread through the region, so he criticizes that. So this is a new bit of information, new argument. Advocated that we overthrow Gaddafi and the mullahs in Iran, so that you're just wrong about it. That's not true. I have been. Okay. Benjamin, congressional testimony that it can go and watch, advocated for the US to let Israel do it. Israel do what? I need to go back to that. But this is what he's saying. Oh, it was when he's saying Benjamin was at a congressional testimony and he said that he wanted to overthrow Saddam or whatever. So this is him going further into the point of we do what Israel said and Israel bad. Wow, look at him. Okay, then we have Josh interruption, which again now that is a minus point. That's them's the rules. That's what we've done. I think it is a red, just a normal red. Yeah. Minus point for interruption because of it's a lack of decorum. Why do you need to interrupt? Let him finish, take the note, and then speak. you then have to go through this whole debacle and look at how it looks. You go Josh interruption, and I think he's saying I think he says this, that's not true. I think that's where that starts, in Josh interruption, that's not true, I think, essentially. And we get, what happens with an interruption is you get interrupted back and you don't get to say, it wasn't Israel saying attack Iraq. Well, this is, isn't that what's being emphasized here? Charlie stops Josh interrupting and keeps Dave on track. So we're trying to keep Dave. Dave has to continue with his response over here. So this is what he's trying to talk about here. I find it a lot of the time it's just, hey, look, there was this that happened, and hey, look, there was this that happened. So he's happy about Trump pushing a ceasefire after the 12-day war. So he did put that. Good, he stayed on track with it. He has an issue with the war occurring at all. Iran does not have nuclear weapons. So for me, this over here was like, well, that wasn't the assertion. The assertion was that it's an imminent threat, that they are developing them and they are enriching to 60%, which was agreed upon that's too high. That was not the agreed upon level. Okay? But then here he goes and puts in a point. He says, go read the annual threat assessment from earlier this year. Iran had not made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon. So for me here, this is the wiggly that Dave does. So it's disingenuous, but this is his argument. I don't know. If I minus points, what do I call it? I want to minus points because he's kind of going, oh, well, you guys were saying that they have nuclear weapons. It's all the same thing that happened before. You know, it's just weapons of mass destruction. And basically his argument is the war shouldn't have happened. And again, it's like, that's a very nice sentiment. Thank you, bro. But this is history. This is just constant. Okay, this has always been happening, just as far as anyone can remember. It happened because Netanyahu wanted it to happen. They were already in negotiations to bring the enrichment down. I think that's probably a minus point. I don't know. It's not. No, see, it's not lack of decorum. I would be disingenuous to take that point away. It's not a point made. That's all I'll say. It's not a point made, because he is wiggling out of this fact. So he pins. He does accept that there was enrichment to 60%, but he again twists the fact to make it he twists the fact to make it so that, oh, no, it wasn't a threat. What Iran was doing wasn't a threat anyway. They're just friendly. They were just doing this. The point is that they were over the threshold that was agreed upon. That's a problem. That is the change that was cited. But what Dave does here is he goes, no, they were gonna bring it down anyway. It's mind reading intention. Well, yeah, I suppose it's mind reading intention if both sides are mind reading intention into what's happening, right? But when it comes to risk, we're going to mind read the worst. We're not going to say, oh no, they're just enriching to 60% so they can negotiate with, I guess that's the argument, so they can negotiate with the US. No. Why are you going against, why do you need to push against the US in that way? That's not going to make them your friend. So yeah, I feel like Dave found it quite, he just finds the convenient interpretation of certain facts. When it comes to, he will say that it wasn't a threat. Whenever it suits him, it's not a threat. The Iran is just a friendly nation. That's all. That when they chant "Death to America," somehow that's not a thing. It's just a cultural thing. It's not a real intent. It's not really that they hate America. Okay. So unicorn insults. So there's nothing there. Okay. It's more continued as well, just more of this point that he makes up here in the beginning. More of the point is, okay, the establishment justifies the wars to profit. Okay, that's it. yeah, and also Israel, but we need to stay out of wars. And repeating. Okay, here with Josh's response, the thing that immediately turned me off there was the unicorn insult. Oh, is that what you're going to believe? I have the same sentiment. Okay, I absolutely have the same sentiment that you're going to say, oh, I believe that Iran is not a threat. Iran is not a threat, so they were going to bring the enrichment down. I believe it. So the unicorn insult was used to say, basically to say, you believe bullshit. Okay, so that is, you would say, hey, that's a counter argument. No, not really. It's an unnecessary bit of behavior that just makes you unlikable. Okay, and nobody wants to listen to you if you do that. So the unicorn insult got Josh a minus point. Okay, because he goes, oh, wow, if you're going to what's the name? If you're going to believe that Iran was friendly, then you're going to believe in pink unicorns. Lol. We don't need to do that. Okay. Then goes into praising Donald Trump. Also repetition, praising Donald Trump's handling of 12-day war. He's not a neoconservative, not a hardcore isolationist. That's a good thing. Jacksonian, he's not against aggression. This is actually, this one over here is possibly an actual argument, but we haven't got the, he's just saying, he's asserting. So let's see what's, Josh is against neoconservatism. He's actually setting Dave straight, that don't call me a neoconservative. I'm not a neoconservative. He's got a whole chapter in his book about why neoconservatism is bad. And remember, I got irritated with him pushing his book, okay, at this point. So fine, I'm cooling it off, and I'm not taking points off for that. It was just a throwaway thing. I was being very sensitive. Okay, so Josh is against neoconservatism. Then praise for Israel. Israel neutralized a lot of Iran for USA to come in and finish the operation. So I guess that's a an argument that it's it's good for them. They neutralized that it was a good, efficient thing to do. He's asserting again that Iran was a threat. But here, this one over here, this is the problem that I agreed, okay, with Dave, in terms of him bringing this up as a reason for us to go in, to go in and neutralize the nuclear program now. Bringing up a 1983 conflict. It's an argument, I suppose. That's his argument. What must I do? Give points? So... hello, John the Gambler. His entire argument... What argument would collapse? If he didn't repeat himself? Or what? So he gives in the hostage crisis. So he's saying there have been enemies previously. So I guess it is an argument. So I've given the Israel neutralized. I've given him that point because that was a threat. He's asserting again that Iran was a threat. This about Trump, again, this is going a little bit too far into what's the name? Stop talking about Trump. Okay, I know that we're talking about the 12-day war, so you're going to talk about Trump, but we don't need to defend Trump from Dave. We don't need to go into that conversation. So Charlie inserts himself here because yes, there hasn't actually been that much interaction between each of them. They're just saying things. Okay, there hasn't been, oh well, you said this and whatever. They just throw thoughts at each other. So he wants to ask critical questions of both. So I'm going to try going to ask you critical questions. So I would give him a point with this because I want him to ask. I definitely gave him a point for this, because he stops them essentially from. This is just, here's my collection of facts, here's my collection of facts, here's my interpretation of reality, here's my interpretation of reality. We want them to sort of come together and properly clash, actually. Like, we want them to answer each other. If you gave points as well, it does seem like Josh would be ahead of Dave in the tally. If I gave points to praise for Israel here, Israel neutralized and Iran. Iran at war with USA, since I guess I could give him this point and it already gets a counterpoint, so fine, he made an argument. Not a hardcore isolationist. It's not relevant. Fine, so I've given him extra. Hey Timber! South Africa is mostly functional. Just ignore the infrastructure collapse, the crime that is worse than the war zones, and the likelihood of a race war. And RSA's governments are siding with the terrorists. That's nice. Are you talking to... There's a guy in chat that's talking to himself about South Africa, Matthew. You don't need to talk to him. he's having a great conversation about South Africa himself and white people and all of that. It's a hoot. Right. So Josh, so the pertinent question that we got a point here for is so he's going to give a critical question each, and Josh goes for it's let's actually separate them because he addresses both and then he puts this here. It's a silly split, but here we go. And I will actually put this here. Oh, actually, you know what? The point is there because that's what he's inserted himself. That's fine. So this is normal. Okay, Josh, to you first. Dave's contention. And Dave, this is good. This is what I enjoyed this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is your contention is that the nuclear program was not a threat, correct? Okay, so he said correct. That it was an intel push. Would you even say that? What do you have to say to that? To the veracity of the claim that there was an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. So that's the question. He's talking to Josh and saying, listen, what is the veracity? Josh is saying it wasn't the threat. So that's one argument. That's, you see what I'm saying? That they bring all of these points out. But really, the contention is this. I really appreciate when the moderator can distill what the person is trying to argue and say this is your contention. Bring an axiom in or something like that, right? So I will put an extra point as well for doing that. So he's inserted himself to manage the behavior, and then I'm going to add a point for him rewording. Okay, and remember the points. He wins essentially because he's going to get points for just being. Trump said bombing Iran isn't war, so yeah, well, it's bombing for peace. It's bombing so we don't have to go to war. That's how it's framed. Yeah, the idea that they've been at war since 1983, I think that might be a weird turn of phrase that Josh was using, that they have been an enemy or whatever. It's not that we are at war. I think it was an over exaggeration. It didn't do him any favors to put it in that way. It gave, again, it gave Dave the ability to go, are you freaking, like, you're talking about the 80s, boy. It's not a good enough argument. Even if that's what he believes, it's not convincing to the other side. I don't think it's, especially when we're talking about imminent threats, you can't go back to 80s to do that. Okay, so we've got that. We've got the points. Okay, so he says, what is the veracity? Basically, the question is, I actually want to put this in because he does what I do. He rewords his question several times. Dave's contention is that the nuclear program was not a threat. Correct, okay? That it was an intel push. Would you even say that? What do you have to say to that? That's not a good enough way to word it, Charlie. So then he goes to the veracity of the claim that there was imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. So he says he's agnostic about the imminent threat because I haven't seen reports, neither has Dave. So this is supposed to be, I mean, I think he should get a point for answering the question. Okay, so he did answer the question. Good boy. So he gets a point for answering the question. Okay. What I can say is the following. Iran has transparently and obviously been trying to acquire a nuclear weapon for 2.5 to 3 decades. We know this for approximately, okay, however, and then this is the warning. He puts this factoid together. That this is basically where we were at. They warned against the level of enrichment of uranium by Iran. No good reason for them to do that. That enrichment level. So there is another point. They're saying the enrichment level was not a good idea. Okay. Don't you have skepticism for someone who's clearly just loyal to Israel, trying their hardest to get you to hate and be afraid of a country thousands of miles away, so they don't shoot thousands of miles away? Not really. It's across the ocean from me. So you'll go to war with them. Again, I don't think that is. I can see that's where he would be coming from, Josh. That's where he would be coming from. But then I also have skepticism for Dave over there, who seems to be looking for all the reasons to absolutely hate Israel as well. He does specify, no, I'm not against Israel. But he has hate for America and he has hate for Israel, and that seems to also, it does seem to blind him to any veracity that could come from the US or Israel. He completely throws it out a lot of the time. He not even completely throws it out. He twists it to suit his games because he has. It's actually I wouldn't even say he has. Sorry, I take that back. He doesn't have hate for Israel. I think he has disdain for Israel, and he has a real hate for America. Like, he hates his government. He really does. And he wants to find more and more reasons for why he doesn't trust them. So they both got this high emotion. Both sides have high emotion. And they each are looking at the world through a very skewed lens. They are not central in any way. People aren't looking for reasons. The reasons are just here. There's more denial than accusations. Yes, he has a hate for the government. Yeah, so I'm seeing that in both people. Yeah, I'm seeing both of them having lenses that make them view the world in black and white. This is a threat to me. This is a threat to me. Instead of, maybe it's a bit of both. Maybe shit is happening. So like something like this, the Iran chant death to America. This is an example, Joseph. Iran chant death to America. It's every single day in their parliament or something like that. So this is a point that he brings up. Now, when you talk about that to Dave Smith, he will not find it as disturbing. He's like, oh, it's because they hate the establishment of America and the military-industrial complex. No, you hate it, Dave. You hate it. Okay? And what you're doing is just you're making them more vanilla so that you can be angry with your government. That's it. Why not say, yeah, that's a problem? You know, why not be like, yeah, that's not a good thing. Don't let them do that. He's at the same time he can hear that and say they're not a threat to America. They're not a threat. Thanks. This is your job. You don't need to be a teacher. Timber, sorry, I've gone off track. Actually, this was not supposed to be an hour long. We're supposed to go into the video anyway. Going back, Iran chant death to America. They killed hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers. So this is during Iraq. This is just a factoid. Again, it's that they bring up these things. I want to go to the principles. I understand that you need, obviously, to bring in facts, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, you're just going to bring in collections, and I want to hear underlying things. I want to hear the interpretation that you're trying to put across. I want to hear, as Charlie has said, this is what my contention. By the way, just also those meetings did, okay, $5 million bounty. IDF killed, so he's just also making sure that you know that the IDF did get some cheers here. Iran chant death to America, I think is a point. Because, yeah, that is, it's like their stated claim thing. Okay, Charlie's tough question to Josh. So now we've gotten, wait, he said he was already giving a tough question. If Iran were to get is this to Josh? He continues his tough question to Josh. If Iran was to get a nuclear weapon, it's bad. If it's would it require if it required US troops on the ground, would that be worth it? So basically the question is, would you put troops on the ground if it meant keeping Iran from having a nuclear weapon? If Iran got a nuke, that would warrant US troops on the ground. With respect, I reject the premise. I simply do not. So he rejects the premise, but he answered it. No, he didn't. This was actually part of the question. He did not answer the question. I reject the premise. So he could have gotten points by answering the question, and he didn't. Okay, then Charlie doesn't let Dave respond to Josh without first answering his own question. Should we do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb? Is military... See, the way that Dave understood this question was not... I would have preferred him to reword the question. But anyway, negotiate with Iran. Okay, which is what... So he doesn't want ever... Military operation, he's against it. Obama got new sunset, new inspections regime. Not true. It's not true that IA was saying Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon. That's not what they were saying. They were saying they were enriching to 60%. They were enriching, their level of enrichment was wrong. So this is an irrelevant point. They were enriching at to 60%. We're in negotiations to bring that down. So he's repeating himself. It's not a counter argument. It's bad. Reagan regarding getting involved with Iran. Okay. Ronald Reagan sending weapons to Iran. So he does a counter. I suppose he gives counterfactuals, so I can give you a point here. It does counterfactuals. He says this is how I interpret it. Roadside bombs is not true. It's propaganda. So this is the thing with Dave. It's just, oh, it's propaganda. There we go. Impromptu Cinevere raid. Hey guys. Hello. Cine raid. Woo. Hi guys. Good to see you. What you guys been chatting about? I'm sure you've been having a lot of fun, and then you've come around here to this shit show. Besides, what's the solution? Is American military priority to bomb people until they love us? No, it's to make people so scared of you that they don't mess with you. That's basically it. Okay, so there we go. Marines. Okay, cool. So that's the counter. Oh, sorry, I already gave Dave his point. Both sides need to get under good cross-examination. Do you think it would be bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb? I'm glad he redid that. Dave says, I don't think anybody should be allowed to have nuclear weapons secretly. So he uses it to insult Israel. We've just finished, yes. Topics are mostly movies and random topics. Well, here is a random topic for you guys. Charlie Kirk's head. As a dig as Israel. So, what is your criticism? I like this question. What is your criticism? Oh, guys, I don't have a clip for you guys. Other than, I mean, this is the usual one. So here you go.
Shut up, bitch!
Welcome. There you go. Or I mean, one of these things. This is a nicer one.
Go and subscribe, you shit.
That's a good welcome message. Okay, so no U.S. troops were killed. So this is another thing. We had here, I guess it's a point for Dave that he says he's asked, listen, what was your criticism of the 12-Day War? Like, look, we didn't get boots on the ground. No, not one American was dead. But he's like, well, you know, USA is addicted to war. Not okay with that. It's too emotional of a thing. And war shouldn't have been launched in the process. That's his argument. Iran is not a threat to America, is his argument. And I guess I'll just put it there. He's made and he's articulated an argument. You can disagree with it, but I've given him points for it. That giving, guys, let me say it again. Giving a person points for their argument does not mean I agree with it. It means it was made. It's up to the person in the debate to counter, okay? He says, no, it's Israel's problem. They have no nukes. They're a third world country. So basically, probably what Joseph is thinking, that, listen, they're not a threat in that way. So it's silly to deal with them. He does credit to Donald Trump for taking off-ramp when he did, so that's good. He's not being completely debate-brained there. He acknowledges that he thought it would be a disaster, but it wasn't. But part of this discussion that comes from Dave is, well, hold on, it could have gone worse. It just went better. And then Josh interrupts to say Dave looked stupid. No. Like, he acknowledged it. So what Josh does is interrupts. That's, again, no lack of decorum, -1. Okay? No need to do that. Oh, yeah, you look stupid, you know? No. Okay, we don't need to rehash this. Go and see the first episode if that's it. Charlie tells him to de-escalate, so he gets a point. Okay, Charlie's on 5. They did. Other people did come peepers, but I don't think they were interested in what we're talking about. We're talking about freaking Israel, etc. Like, it's not fun. But I really appreciate Cinny. How many woos did it get, though? Dave's response, low IQ argument can't be criticized for expecting disaster from something so dangerous. So he did respond. Iranians gave warning. They're not as suicidal as people are saying, defending the position that it could have gone very badly if America were killed. So yeah, Americans were killed. He's saying that it could have been a disaster. So he does give a counter, so he can get a point. He gives a counter. Sorry, we got to do it there. So he's like, listen, I enjoyed it. For me, this is fun. Thanks, wise one. Glad you're around. Charlie catches strays from Days. What do we do with this points wise, guys? Because, you know, I loved it. Sorry I'm late. Love your diagrams. Yes, you do. You better, peepers. Okay, so what do we do with this? Because Dave is like, what then, Charlie? I'll put this here. What then, Charlie? And that's Charlie catching strays, I suppose, from Dave. I'm the moderator. We don't need to give Charlie points for that, but Dave's like, maybe it's a lack of decorum. We could take a point off for the lack of decorum there, when he goes, what happens there, Charlie? So I suppose we minus points for Dave there. Like, what the fuck, Dave? You went after the whole moderator. Kitty, you don't treat me nice. You're a bad podcaster. You don't know how to conduct interviews. You're a 45-year-old man. When did that happen? And I pray for your family. I'm glad you pray for my family. My family needs much prayer. Circus Charlie. Okay. Right. Please don't inform my husband that I've suddenly become a 45-year-old man. I need to fix that quickly. Right. Dave's response continued, so he because remember we got interrupted. Dave needed an interruption because he was fucking yelling at Charlie. Trump would have had to, so he continues with his discussion that it would have gone badly. Trump would have had to respond harder. Josh interruption followed by back and forth speaking over each other with Dave. So both of them get a minus point for the back and forth. Okay? Naughty, neither of you get points here. Josh mentioned unicorns and Charlie is the mod. Yeah, we did this last week. We did Charlie. With Dave. Dave's too. Do you think Israel has a secret nuclear weapon program, and is that a problem? Okay. So this is Josh actually. Josh's response. Okay, yes they do. It's not a very well kept secret. So he answered the question. We're giving points for answering questions now. Seeing as I did it, so I've got to do it. Answering questions. You minus, I guess I could try and minus points for not answering questions, but this point system is not very good, guys, is all I'm saying. We're getting there, we're developing it. Answered question. Clearly. Okay, good. Now we're back. Now we can start. We can go back to oh, sorry, I need to go all the way to the bottom here. Sorry, just do a star here because he got points in it. Star and red because he got points and lost points. Okay, cool. Dave's response. I guess he's supposed to get a point for answering the question, but he answered it snarky. He didn't actually answer it. Dave's response. There we go. And bad. And then we copy paste, copy style. Oopsie, that's actually what it's supposed to be. Right. We're going to have to plus 1 point for washing hands after going to the toilet soon. Yeah. Wiping butts, everything. I think, you know what? I think, Creamage, this may be... Can the chat also get a point? Okay, fine. I'll put you guys over here in the corner. Chat. This is why I need different colors. There. Chat, you guys get 1 point. I'll put a number, not even. Okay, so I think we speaking of points, F1 this weekend, I've been shaking with withdrawal. I like WEC and MotoGP, but nothing tops the king. F1, where is it this week? Answering questions is the foundational conversation. Debate plus 1. Okay. I think, yeah, I think you're right there, wise one. Thank you for being around. So, thank you for emphasizing, or, you know, I need this. Haven't watched Wadey vs AG yet. How was your moderating? I don't think it was that, they were that challenging, so, it was good practice. It was a good, what's the name? A conversation. So, the best place, Spa. Spa! Good for you. You know what I mean. Okay, so anyway, Josh's response, he gets, guys, again, we are getting points for answering questions now. I feel like we should go back to the health bars kind of thing where I just minus points. Just minus points. that's the only thing that happens. You don't get plus points, you just minus points. Because at this point, I'm like, I've been inconsistent with my points giving. So the only thing I've been really normal with is minusing. Okay, we're good at this point. Let's get back into the video, guys. If you're still around, I really appreciate it. Let's go. I will be diagramming in the background, and I'll show you where we're at afterwards. Let's go back here and go to our transcript. Transcript.io. Oh, actually, it's supposed to be here. Right, so we were at 30 minutes. So let's just jump to... Gosh, it's long.
Be World War III. Well, you know what? God bless you all because you apparently survived World War III. It was the shortest program with it, as I...
Okay. Cool. We are now back to the video. All right.
Said it's one of the world's worst kept secrets. It kind of just is what it is. But more generally speaking, I don't understand why we're going so far down this rabbit hole of would've, could've, should've. The people, look, let's say something very simple here. The people who said that Donald Trump's involvement in the 37-hour operation of B-2 bombers flying from Missouri...
Right, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the... It's a lot easier with me reading this, guys. So sorry that you won't be able to see it properly, but you can hear it. As long as you can hear it, we're good. Program with it. So where we were at in our diagram is, let's go to the question, sorry, so that I can get his full response. Let's go to the question. You can go into a small window. No, it doesn't want to go into a small window. It has to be, it's a Windows supremacist over here. All right. Xmind does not want to share window space. Yeah, there you go. Now it will. Yay, it does want to share. Okay, let's get to... there is another scroller in here. Yes. Chance to respond, but first, it didn't happen. It's counterfactual. You hadn't... When people talk over one each other, blah blah. Okay, so to Dave's point, here we go. This is where we left off. Play.
But to Dave's point, do you think Israel has a secret nuclear program, and is that a problem?
Yeah, I think it's...
So, is that a problem? Yeah.
Not particularly disputed that Israel has a nuclear program. We know exactly where it is based. This is not a particularly hidden thing there. I mean, it's so well known, in fact, Charlie, that I don't know exactly why it's officially a secret.
Okay, so he answered the question, remember? I'm just putting it louder for myself, but it should be fine for you guys.
Officially, it's not much of a secret. I'm non-Israeli. I have no idea why the exact policy is the way it is. I don't particularly have a program with it. As I said, it's one of the world's worst kept secrets. It kind of just is what it is. But more generally speaking, I don't understand why we're going so far down this rabbit hole of would've, could've, should've. The people, look, let's say something very simple here. The people who said that Donald Trump's involvement in the 37-hour operation of B-2 bombers flying from Missouri to Iran and back with not a single shot fired at our boys. By the way, as I said...
Okay, so, he's saying the would've... He does his counter to Dave's thing, because Dave was saying, well, if an American died, if this and this and this happened, this would have escalated really badly. So his counter is we shouldn't go down the rabbit hole of would have, could have. Yay! So that's his argument, is we can't go would have, could have. So, no reason go down the would have, could have. It's not much of an argument, it's just he's acknowledging it. Oh, is it echoing? Okay, it might echo because I was silly. There we go. Yeah, now it won't echo.
That was partially due to the fact that the IDF had so neutralized the Iranian Air Force and their defenses there. So the fact that
He's reiterating the IDF doing he's reiterating that the IDF neutralized. He already put that point there.
he was able to accomplish that so amazingly there,
Hey, look, you got some cheers.
we should have seen that coming, because it was actually pretty easily foreseeable. And the people who did not see that coming are the people who have lost credibility to come.
Okay, so his part of his other arguments. First of all, no reason we need to talk about what could have gone wrong, and then also we should have we should have expected it to go right, essentially. Go right, go well, because IDF neutralized, and also faith in America. Okay, they've lost credibility. Okay.
Comment, frankly, on these affairs. People who warned about thousands and thousands and thousands of dead American lives, who said that China and Russia would swoop in and that this would be World War III. Well, you know what? God bless you all, because you apparently survived World War III. It was the shortest World War III of all
Okay, so he's just doing the, oh, look, you survived.
of our lifetimes.
But I didn't say any
Dave,
of that.
Oh, Dave! Minus points, Dave, you shit. I didn't say any of this. He's just making an argument of his own over there. He's saying that no, anybody who is he is asserting a kind of thing that this is your argument, but he's not saying exactly. Do you want him to quote your tweets again to make it to make sure that it's stuff that you've said? Is that where we want to go with this? So anyway, interruption by Dave. I didn't say any of this. No. You see, that's where you're going again. He is the most debate brained, okay? As a result, because we had Josh walk in debate brained because he came in with his little piece of paper. Thanks, Siva, for subscribing. Welcome. Hope you will stick around for what's going to be a long session today. So, we have him going, interrupting. So I didn't say any of this, but that's actually quite a debate brain thing to do, because if somebody is giving you a counter argument, that is not necessarily them putting the words in your mouth. You're just deciding this goes against what I said. He's saying I'm saying it. Rather, just take it in, and instead of yelling, it's like, I didn't say that. Look at him. He's actually really upset. And you have to have Charlie with his hand out saying to you, stop. Rather, just say, well, say what you're going to say. Say what my argument is. My argument is, so you could even go, my argument isn't that. We shouldn't have, my argument isn't this and this and this. It is this. Rather do that. It is so much better and you're not losing points. So anyway, we minus a point for you in this, for interruption. Okay. Josh's response, he answered the question. Okay, so remember that's where he got his point. We shouldn't have expected it to go well. Oh, did I put that in? Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
So what do you...
Dave, I restrain Josh. Josh, keep going.
Again, this is the Donald Trump foreign policy doctrine in action. It is quick surgical strikes. Roger Stone was talking.
Sorry, Josh. Josh continued. What do you
About
call
foreign
it?
policy doctrine in action. It is quick.
Okay, so he's talking about Donald Trump's policy in action. Policy. Foreign policy is, and what he respects about it or wants it. Yes, I know, CS Pappy, I know. My video with Shoe in the thumbnail got 382 views, and the previous Lop Friday videos all got under 200. Just saying, I know, CS Pappy, very good. Thank you so much for your recommendation. Any recommendation for what we're going to do this week? Donald Trump's foreign policy, I'm looking for some. But either way, putting a boxy video, yeah. But yeah, getting a main video to go through for Friday is what I think I'm gonna be doing going further. So we'll have our regular stuff like our dash cam stuff, because that's so much fun. I'm sorry, I have a lot of fun with it. But then having a main video to go over that's a little bit more substantive, I would like that. Okay, Donald Trump foreign policy. It's quick and not as invasive as a whole
Surgical strikes, Roger Stone was talking about earlier, it's exactly right. He is not a neocon, neoconservatism, bad. Isolationism, also naive and stupid. Donald Trump agrees with both those things. The nationalist, realist, MAGA, America First approach to foreign policy is to have strong nationalist allies that are
Okay, quick and surgical. Nationalist. Strong nationalist. I actually want to, I would find these as sort of points that he's made, is that isolationism, also neoconservatism is bad, but I think if we had to have Dave Smith, if he wants to work with this point that has been made here where he says neoconservatism is bad, Dave Smith would have to twist what Josh is saying here and say it is neoconservatism. You actually are a neoconservative no matter what you say. Neoconservatism is bad. Isolationism is naive and stupid. Okay. So he's made those points. Continued. Okay. Have strong nationalist allies. Okay.
generally capable of securing and patrolling their own regions in a way that redounds not merely to the Allies' national interests, but also to the American national interest. That is exactly what Israel has been doing for 40, 50 years as they have taken out Islamist and Sharia supremacist thugs in Gaza, in Yemen, Hezbollah. I mentioned Fuad Shakur, the Hezbollah jihadi who killed 241 Marines.
Okay, now you see that whole thing, going in and doing, oh well, this guy and this guy, I'm gonna venerate or whatever. All of going through this list of your heroes and things like that, the guys are not really, they're not going to be conducive. They're not going to be open to that. But I guess it's your right to do that. It's your right to mention these guys. And maybe, I don't know, maybe your counter guy will go and look into those people and find them heroes and say, oh yeah, maybe that's true. I suppose he's bringing up the extremists. Those are the enemies, the Hezbollahs and the this and the that. That's what he wants you to focus on. But you see, I see this is what people like Joseph would see, is that look at him. He just comes in and he has to always talk about what is Israel doing, what is Israel doing for us, what is Israel doing for us, and what the anti-Semite will do is say, you see, look at him. So I don't know, you kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, yeah. So I've given him a point for neoconservatism is bad, isolationism is naive and stupid. That's mainly what you could do. And then he goes on to Israel. I'll actually put this connected at this point. Israel is a nationalist ally. But I would say it is capable of defending its own borders, but what the counter argument would be here is, yeah, it defends its own borders with the help of the US. So does it do it without the help of the US? Okay, Josh's response continued. Cool. What else have we got
In
here?
Beirut, Lebanon, 1983. There's a million examples there. That is.
Yeah, I don't appreciate him continuing with the this is how many people died or whatever, because then what's gonna happen? People are just gonna be like, well, this is how many Palestinians died. So they're just gonna be like, but Israel bad because of this.
The definition of an America First ally, and what just happened in the 12-day war is an encapsulation of the America First Trump doctrine, that in this case, this tag team between the U.S. and Israel against the mutual threat of Iran in action.
Okay, so I want.
Okay, he likes the tag team. That's what you need. I guess the argument that he's also putting through here is Israel, US tag team is a good thing. Is a good thing for the US. Okay.
I want to now move because it's important, but it's connected. So I think we have on full display a difference of opinion on the 12-day war. Now,
Difference of opinion on the 12-day war. We've just got, in terms of the difference of the opinion, Charlie, what I'm hearing is Dave is going, it shouldn't have happened. I'm happy that it didn't go as bad as it could have, but it shouldn't have happened at all. And we've got from Josh, it was very well done. This is a good thing. It is what's necessary. So yeah, the very big difference between the two. So what is he going to do? How is he going to bring the conversation forward?
let's go to the next one. It's inferred in both of these points, but you only get to
Demonstrating that you know niche or abstract aspects of a topic can convince people you know what you're talking about the topic. True. That is why they bring those things up. They will bring up these small factoids and big ones, all of those things. They will do that because they know what they're talking about. This is the reason. This is my factoid I can bring out to you.
answer as yes or no one at a time. Is Israel
Okay, so
and when it's info, I think we have on full display a difference of opinion on the 12-day war. Now let's go to the next one. It's inferred in both of these points, but you only
it's inferred in both of these points. So I just want to go to the transcript. Oh shit, also scroll. Let's go. So where are we at? 32. Okay. Here, I'm just going to copy paste and put that into my diagram. I think we have on full display a difference of opinion of the 12-day war. Now let's go to the next one. It's inferred in both of these points. So I don't know what he means by it's. But you only get to answer as yes or no at one at a time. Is Israel an ally of the United States? Okay. So he says that it's inferred. Okay, I don't know what he means by that. Okay, but let's see. Play.
I think we have on full display a difference of opinion on the 12-day war. Now let's go to the next one. It's inferred in both of these points, but you only get to answer as yes or no one at a time. Is Israel an ally of the United States?
Yes, of course.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got Josh's response. Yes. Josh's response. Guys, we're giving out points for answering questions. Yes. Okay, yes, of course. Okay, so we've got point. And what are we going to have? Dave's response. Okay, now whether Charlie gets points for this depends on what he does next. So when he does this yes or no, let's see.
Okay, so now we have disagreement. We're going to now figure that out. And then I want to then indicated in that is Israel influencing American politics? So I'm going to
Oh, by the way, sorry.
start with indicated in that. We're going to now figure dates.
Yes, of course.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so no. Dave's response is no. He also gets points. You see how easy it is to get points in this system. He said no. Good boy. He agreed. He did what he was supposed to do. What was told. What he was instructed to do. Good boy. So Dave has a point for that, and so does Josh. So let's put our little stars. Good boys for answering question. Now let's see how are we going forward with this. You started off well, Charlie, but I'm not convinced yet. Because he goes, we got disagreement.
Okay, so now we have disagreement. We're going to now figure that out.
Okay.
And then I want to then indicated in that is Israel influencing American politics? So I'm going to start with Josh, and then we'll go back to Dave. You say Israel is an ally. Spend a minute on that, and then address how some people have concerns that Israel is influencing the U.S. government, and then I'll allow Dave to have some time. Josh.
Okay, so he got. I do like the idea of getting the yes and no, and then their explanations. So it actually helps for us to get the short answer and then get their explanations afterwards. Okay, I like that idea, because then we don't have the but going on. But yeah, I'll give him a point for it. Why not? We're giving points for answering questions. I'll give him a point for asking a question. So now we have disagreement. We'll go back to Dave. Okay. Okay, so right, there is his question. I gave him a point. Now we go to Josh's response. Okay. Actually, let's go into the question here. He goes, you say Israel and Allah, spend a minute on that. And then we'll go. Okay. Oof. Sorry, I'm just copy pasting. Influences. You say Israel's an ally, spend a minute on that, and then address how some people have concerns. I like the idea of just saying address. Okay, if some people have concerns, what do you say about that? It's another way to say, what do you say about that? Okay, so
Israel is an ally. Spend a minute on that, and then address how some people have concerns that Israel is influencing the U.S. government, and then I'll allow Dave to have some time. Josh.
All right, there's multiple reasons why Israel is an ally. First and foremost, I think most people in this room are believers of some stripe, right? I am Jewish. Most of you are probably Christians, and God bless you for that. If you have any attachment whatsoever to the holy sites, if you have any attachment whatsoever to this narrow strip of land between the river and the sea, as the Hamas propagandists call it, then you're going to have some reason to care about this particular sliver of land. That's point number one.
Okay, point number one is the holy sites. Okay, believers, both Christian and Jewish, have some connection to the holy sites. Okay, they care about the land. They should care about the land. Care about the land. So this is why Israel's supposed to be. This is a valid reason a lot of people do. Actually, a lot of Christians will back Jewish people. There are obviously the lovely Jew-hating Christians that want to blame the Jewish people for killing our Lord. In which case, I ask you, bruh. He was supposed to die. That was the whole plan. But you're sitting here and you're angry at Jewish people because they killed him. That's the whole point. It's the whole story. It's the whole thing. He's supposed to die and come back to life. Missing the point here. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about. But yes, other Christians will view Jewish people as their brethren. They are... The Jewish people will be there in the end. So be brothers to the Jewish people. Okay? Even though they don't believe that your Christ is Christ. They're like, yeah, he's a good prophet. Anyway, point is, you don't need to don't hate on people. Yeah. So that's his first point that he makes. Look, I'm not saying whether it's a strong point or not, but it's a point he makes, so we've got to add it. Okay. Just liking Jews over the Jesus thing is very misguided. That was a big misunderstanding is all. It's not just a big misunderstanding. I understand the joke you're making there, but literally, he was supposed to die. even if it wasn't Jewish people killing him, he was gonna die, boys and girls. That's the whole idea. It's the whole story of Jesus, is he's supposed to die. So if you're really upset about that, take it up with God, okay? He's supposed to die for your sins, but you're angry at the people that killed him for it. Okay, cool. So we've got Josh there. He's gotten a point. No, I really can't. I was never exposed to that argument until I went on the internet, and I found all kinds of people looking for all kinds of reasons to hate Jewish people. And one of them was that. So it's like, wow, well done, great thinking, boys. It was the Romans were obviously in control, Cyber, but the Jewish people, the Hebrews, they were the ones that were shouting, crucify him. They welcomed him, and then they crucified him. That's the whole story. So anyway, that's the understanding. The Roman washed his hands on the whole thing and said, fine, you do what you want. And they were like, free Barabbas. Anyway, believers, Christian and Jewish, have some connection to the holy site. So that's one point he's made. I don't know how strong it is for people, but that's the first thing he points on. So we've given him a point for making an argument.
Kind of get it out there, especially if you understand that we in Western civilization are fundamentally at war with barbarism. Barbarism being best represented by the Islamists and Sharia supremacists. When you
Okay, so that's connected. Is this the second one? The second point? His second point is Sharia is barbarism, which is counter-Western, I suppose. You know what? Maybe let me copy-paste what he said, because it's better than me wording it. It's quite spicy to say Islamists and Sharia supremacists in the same thing. I live amongst Islamic people, and they've been very kind to me, and not supremacist about the way it is. But he's put them in the same category. When you understand the Western civilization really just is the Bible, there is a special calling to have an ally with a certain part of the Middle East. Okay. Oh, that's point one. That's still point one. Okay. Okay, so he's put that into a religious block. I'm not gonna add to it. Here, is it just... That's point one. Point two is the Islamist deterrent point, Charlie, which is that America is faced with jihadism. Okay, so it's...
is just the Islamist deterrent point, Charlie, which is that America has faced jihadism time and time again, going back for 40, 50 years. 9/11, obviously the most tragic example. We just saw it again on the streets of Bourbon Street in New Orleans on January 1st, just a few months ago there. If you care about deterring Islamism from conquering Western civilization, a point that you have very astutely been talking about a lot recently on your TV hits and social media, a very important point. If you care about defending Western New Orleans on January 1st, just a few months ago there, if you care about deterring... firing countries. But Charlie, this notion that AIPAC is this big, powerful lobby can be dispelled with literally one anecdote. And I only need one anecdote to dispel this oft-repeated notion, which is the entire 2014 to 2015.
I guess you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to be watching. You're not supposed to be watching this. In the format that I'm watching it with the video at the top, so it keeps scrolling itself up. I keep fighting with the interface because I'm trying to get the video. So let's go back here. I think I need to just put it. Yes. Not really a fan of religion at all, but Islam itself is fine. Just look back home in Cape Town, the call to prayer can be hyperactively annoying. But so things being closed on Sunday. Yeah. Call to prayer is not offensive. But yeah, that's just from my point of view. where I live. Okay. But I do live in the most progressive of the Islamic countries.
Supremacist thugs in Gaza, in Yemen, Hezbollah. I mentioned Fuad Shakur, the Hezbollah jihadi who just happened in the 12-day war, is an encapsulation of the America First Trump doctrine. That in this case, this tag
But we're
team
not
between
allowed
the U.S.
we're not allowed to even praise that, I guess. Okay. Anyway.
and Israel against the mutual threat of Iran in action.
Okay, so I want to now move because it's important, but it's connected.
Okay. What? Connected? Yeah, sorry. That was back then. But can I get bacon? Yes, I can actually. 1:44, I can. There is a separate part of the store that you can go into. That is out of the way. So that is, I mean, that is an absolute example of them making the foreigner feel comfortable in their land. Like it should be very insulting, but no. Yeah. Quite progressive. And you can get alcohol here. So, reasons why Israel is an ally. First of all, so you got that. Attachment to the holy site. So guys, I'm sorry about this, but I am going to have to keep it like this, okay? So that you will have the video smaller. Let's see, maybe this can help. Yeah, you'll have the video smaller, but yeah, that's all I can do for you guys. As long as you can hear what they're saying, then we're good. I'm losing sight of this. Fucking hell. My god. Okay, there. Reason to care about the sliver of land. So you get pissed while partaking in the pork, yes.
Reason to care about this particular sliver of land. That's point number one. Let's just kind of get it out there. Especially if you understand that we in Western civilization are fundamentally at war with barbarism. Barbarism being best represented by the Islamists and Sharia supremacists. When you understand that Western civilization really just is the Bible, there is a special calling to have an ally with a certain part of the Middle East. That's point one. Point two is just the Islamist deterrent point, Charlie, which is that America...
Okay, so, whoa. Yeah, he's definitely doing I disavow the kind of just all of Islam being completely taken out as a problem. You know, him characterizing Islam itself as a complete problem. I'm against the whole jihad thing, I would say. That's probably bad. But being a Muslim person is not a bad thing. Sorry. Shalom, says Alexander. Well, what is it? Oh god, I don't even know how to say hello. Anyway, the Islamist deterrent point, Charlie, is that America has faced jihadism, so it's he calls it Islamist deterrent. Deterrent point. Jihadism, against jihadism. Time and time again, going back 40-50 years. Okay, so he's also he'll invoke the past of it. 9/11, obviously the most tragic example. We just saw it again on the streets, okay, in New Orleans in January. Okay, so he's going to give us a factoid of where we've seen it last. Okay, so go.
Has faced jihadism time and time again, going back for 40-50 years. 9/11, obviously the most tragic example. We just saw it again on the streets of Bourbon Street in New Orleans on January 1st, just a few months ago there. If you care about deterring Islamism from conquering Western civilization,
okay, 9/11, New Orleans, January 1.
civilization, a point that you have very astutely been talking about a lot recently on your TV hits and on social media, a very, very important point. If you care about defending Western civilization from the barbarians, you absolutely have to place a special premium on this particular relationship.
Okay, this relationship with Israel is a deterrent. I don't know if it is a deterrent or it causes them to be a target. I think even without Israel, you're a target. I think even being friends with Israel, if they were to suddenly not care about Israel, that doesn't make them not hated. Doesn't make America not a target.
And then third is that if you actually care as I do, you know, paradoxically, I actually care a lot about.
Okay, so he's made this point here. Okay, and then
About China. In fact, I think that America's by far number 1 biggest threat this century is China.
okay, so if you care about China is a threat. Is a threat. Alexander, please don't yell in the chat. I'm the only one that's allowed to yell. Now, all caps is allowed, but no frothiness. China is a threat, and
If you care about effectuating this broader pivot to
just a reminder, guys, I am not responsible for what you say in the chat. You are responsible for what you say. They're responsible for what they say. And yeah, that's about it.
the Indo-Pacific, as American foreign policy people have been talking about for 20, 30 years now, you have to have some way of stabilizing the Middle East. The way to do that is...
Okay, again, China is a threat, therefore stabilizing, which means Middle East needs to be stable. Thank you, Kyle. You have a good day, bucko.
not to just adopt the stupid and asinine Barack Obama foreign policy of appeasing America's enemies. And the way to do that is to embolden your allies. Again, that is the Trump doctrine.
So we didn't...
Okay. Paradoxically, if you care about China, in fact, I think that America's by far #1 biggest threat is this century is China. If you care about effectuating this broader pivot to the Indo-Pacific as American foreign policy, people have been talking about for 20, 30 years now, you have to have some way of stabilizing the Middle East. So stabilizing the Middle East helps protect against the threat, protect USA against the threat of China. Okay, so that's his third point. Okay, I'm not too sure about that one. Okay. Threat of China. Okay. And the way to do that is not to adopt the stupid asinine Barack Obama foreign policy of appeasing. So this is against it. So stabilizing the Middle East is the opposite of is against Obama policy of appeasing enemies. His way is in what is it we need to the Trump doctrine is to embolden your allies. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to time you out for that. Do not say that. I cannot allow that. I'm gonna just put you in timeout. Okay, only that explains why 3 cults of yours are so demonic. Okay, guys, I would prefer if you guys just didn't talk about that. That's it. The timeout is just a warning. Okay, don't take a timeout as encouragement to continue. It's saying let's not go there. Let's do something else. But if you do continue, then I'm gonna have to take other action, and that's just that's a pain in the ass. Jacob, at the moment, all you've done is express your opinion about a human being. It's fine, but when you start cursing other people's gods and things like that, I'm gonna start getting in your way. It's just not a good look for anyone. Okay. Right. I don't even think I can do that. I can just, yeah. Anyway. Stabilizing the Middle East helps protect the USA against the threat of China. Emboldens your allies. Cool. Embolden your allies. Don't do that. Jacob, I'm not saying you've cursed anyone. No. Another person in chat on YouTube was doing that. Not you. I was just referring to you. You will not be timed out. Another person called Alexander was timed out. Okay.
Didn't get to the second part of the question. So do you want to just start
Morning,
on the ally,
Lucifer.
and then we'll do...
Yeah.
You can incorporate both,
Well,
Dave. He had 2 answers in a row, so take...
Okay. He had 2 answers in a row. America's enemies, and the way to do that is embolden your allies. We didn't get to the second part of the question. Okay. America's enemies. We didn't get to the second part of the question. No, you did not. No, I'm sorry. You make him answer the question, but it's like, oh, he didn't use his points, I suppose.
America's enemies. And the way to do that is to embolden your allies. Again, that is the Trump doctrine.
So we didn't get to the second part of the question. So do you want to just start on the ally, and then we'll do...
Yeah.
You can incorporate...
Okay, so... Charlie Kirk is the moderator for this. Okay, that's what he's doing. We didn't get to the second part of the question. Interesting. I'm wondering if I take a point away from Charlie Kirk for not getting him to answer the second part of the question. Essentially, I suppose we could glean what Josh's point is when it comes to Israel. Israel doesn't have a bad amount of influence on America because they're an ally and it's good, and we can glean it, but at the same time I still would have wanted him to, so I'll minus a point for Charlie, because he just lets it go. He's like, oh well, we ran out of time for that. Embolden you. So we didn't get to the second part of the question. Do you want to just start on the ally thing? So he goes to Dave. Okay. So I will put a minus. What is the minus sign here? Sorry, I'm looking at my key. Minus moderation point is a red star. Red star for Charlie. Naughty, naughty. This is the first red star for Charlie. Okay, because he didn't push the point. Said, yo, you didn't answer my question. Right, so then the second thing that he says is, so do you want to start on the ally and then you can incorporate both? Whoopsie. Ugh. No. This is unruly. Here we go. Foreign policy. People have been talking about. That's okay. Yeah. There we go. We're there.
Incorporate both, Dave. He had 2 answers in a row, so take 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, look, this idea that the great battle of our time is us versus the Islamists, us versus these barbarians, you know? That's really the problem here in the United States of America. Lebanon. That's what you got to worry about. Listen, I think everyone here, all you guys should know this at this point. Our problem in America is the deep state of the United States of America.
Yeah, so that goes to a bit of what's the name? This goes to a bit of what I was saying about the way that Dave sees everything is America. His lens is America is the biggest problem, and the government is the biggest problem, right? Not the Americans, people. It's the government. He hates the establishment so much that absolutely everything that the establishment does is not good. Okay, that's his thing. We can see the same sort of lenses as being applied just from Josh's side to Israel being above question, right? So it's the same sort of black and white thinking on both sides. They both have black and white thinking. Sorry, let me just do this here to, okay, incorporate. So his response, Dave's response is, his response is to completely ignore this threat. Instead of saying the idea, he goes, the idea that this is the threat, it's wrong. His counter argument is the biggest threat is the deep state. Okay, so that's all his point is hey, it's not us versus there. And he also uses this idea of us versus Lebanon with the look on his face to kind of be like, look, you see how ridiculous that sounds? Like, look how ridiculous that sounds. He puts this look on his face, and it helps him to get this incredulous bit across that of course not. So I tend to agree that it's not the biggest battle of our time is that, but then again, that doesn't mean that I now agree and be like, the biggest threat to America is the deep state. I think the deep state is the deep state is a result of being a state. The government cannot help but be the government. I feel like no matter who is in power, you're gonna have this, unfortunately. But I guess that's why he would probably prefer what? Just smaller and smaller and smaller government is what he would want. Where are we at?
America, okay?
Woo! The deep state, woo! Dave, you're such a hero, woo! You're against the deep state, woo! What a hero! Yeah! Woo! He says it like it is, doesn't he, boys? Wow! Okay. Are you done? Are you done jizzing yourselves? Because,
They're the ones who framed Donald Trump for treason. His own intelligence.
okay, so the deep state is so I'm just gonna write here, Islam isn't the Islamism, because Islamism is different to Islam, because Islam is just the religion. Islamism is we want to spread all the Islam to everyone. Islamism is not the threat. The biggest threat to America is the deep state. Look, it's his contention. It's the point, I suppose. That's his point, guys. We gave Josh points for making points. So here is his point, which is it's the deep state. These points have become meaningless now. Right? Yay! What's next?
Intelligence agencies framed the sitting U.S. president. And you know what that deep state wants, by the way? Permanent war. That's what...
Okay, so the deep state, they framed Donald Trump. So he's actually also going, look, I care about Trump. Look, guys, I also care about Trump. They framed Donald Trump for treason. His very own intelligence agencies. Okay. There. And then he's got his opinion is, so for the reason that the deep state is a threat is the deep state wants permanent war. You know what's great about the deep state is you can't really point at it and say this is the one, this is the one, this is the one. It's just, it's everywhere and nowhere. You can see it, but you cannot. It's nice and misty. We don't ever have to really instantiate it or substantiate it. We just like, it's around. When bad things happen, it's the deep state. I'm not denying the existence of it. I'm just saying it's very difficult to whip it out and say this is the point. That I got an email from the deep state and it says we want war. Okay, the war. They want permanent war, and that is something that will cause the crowd to rally around you, because the crowd does not want war. Okay. People don't want war. It's not a cool thing. We're not happy with it. War bad, everybody. So we're gonna whoop, whoop, whoop about it.
They always want. That's how they and their friends make their money. And so all of this talk.
That's how they make their money. It wants permanent war because it makes them money. Okay? And everyone gets so excited to hear this. This is what makes Dave a hero to them. As if he's come up with this. He's the first to ever say it. And it's not Dave, guys. It's not Dave that you're happy about. It's just what he's saying, okay? You just want somebody to say this stuff, and you get so excited when it happens. Listen to them, woo. It's crazy.
It's just so, by the way, permanent war. That's what they always want. That's how they and their friends make their money. And so all of this talk is just so ridiculous, man. I mean, this talk about how, like, if you care about the holy sites in Israel, like, okay, sure. Obviously, Christians and Jews and Muslims have a connection to that land. But that doesn't mean we have to bomb Iran for Israel. That doesn't...
Okay, so he did bring a counter in. He said, so, I did rank a fart before. It was lingering and everywhere. I called it the deep state fart. You did a rank fart. Okay. A deep state fart. You can smell it, but you couldn't see it. Right, so he's got the counterpoint here that he's saying, yeah, okay, he's okay with people caring about the holy site, but that doesn't mean we must bomb Iran. Okay, so he acknowledged the point. Religious people. So that's how they and their friends make their money. And also this talk is just so ridiculous. I mean, this talk about how, like, if you care about the holy sites in Israel, they have a connection to that land, but doesn't mean we must bomb Iran for Israel. So religious connection. So his counter is religious connection to the land. Shouldn't, doesn't mean we must, USA must bomb Iran. And he also says for Israel. So that is the problem as well. I wonder, would he have such a huge problem if it wasn't anything from Israel wanting this to happen? Like, he doesn't want Israel to get what it wants, ever. Religious land doesn't mean the US. So that's his counterpoint. He made a counterpoint. He acknowledged it. It's a counterfactual. Yes, I know. Clean break memo, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there you go.
Well, we just bombed Iran. That was the first topic. Oh, okay.
No. We have an interruption by Josh. Okay. Minus point for Josh. Interruption by Josh. Don't do it. Why?
Anyway.
What does this give you?
That land. But that doesn't mean we have to bomb Iran for Israel. That doesn't...
Who is saying that? No. There's no reason for you to interrupt for that. Keep that in mind. Who is saying that? So keep that in mind. You don't have to interrupt. So interruptions, remember, we're minusing for interruptions. Josh interrupts. Minus point. Okay, and what comes next?
Well, we just bombed Iran. That was the first topic.
No. Also, what's the name? The fact that Dave continues, don't continue. Like, don't continue, don't respond to his interruption. You are acknowledging him then. Continue with your discussion. I would, when there is an interruption, don't take it as if it's a point. But then again, he can't let it go, right? He can't let it go. If somebody is constantly gish galloping, it's sometimes fair to interrupt occasionally. I understand, Creamage, but the thing is, that is, in this format, what has happened is Charlie will stop you. Charlie will get you to stop talking, to stop carrying on and on and on. He's done it to either both of them, where he stopped them. Even the previous one with with Josh's response, Josh was carrying on a bit, and Josh actually didn't answer the question, but he stopped him anyway. There is a timer that they're using as well. So it's better to just wait. So yeah, let Dave continue, but Dave, I don't think, should have addressed what he said. So Dave goes, oh, well, we just bombed around. I'm not gonna.
Okay. Anyway, it doesn't mean that we.
See, you get to do this little. Okay. Anyway, you see, like, oh, it's cute. Look at me. I got interrupted, and he's so stupid, right? Right? Am I right, everybody? Don't give him that opportunity. Don't.
We have to support Israel slaughtering people in Gaza. None of that has anything to do with the holy sites. And in fact, a lot of sites get destroyed when there's bombs flying.
Okay, so now he is just continuing his point about Dave's response. His point about, he's actually just going on. You see, actually, Josh's interruption would have helped him, because he just is repeating himself. He's just talking about the religious, he made the point, religious connection to the land. He's repeating that. It doesn't mean we should bomb. So then instead what he does is he starts talking about slaughtering. You know, he goes into the emotional argument. Slaughter of children, slaughtering people. So he had nothing further to go, actually. He's got to now get back to his point. He's like, religious connection to the land doesn't mean USA must bomb Iran for Israel. So instead he's going to now go into the favorites of, oh, this is what Israel is doing. Israel bad, Israel bad, Israel bad. So let's see how much further he goes. If there's going to be a new point, because otherwise we're just expressing disgust.
But listen, the real problem for America, if you want to even talk about like the Islam taking over America or taking over Europe, well, how did that happen? That happened because we completely destabilized the region.
Okay, so his other point now, he's doing the thing of, oh, the immigrants in Europe is America's problem. America is the reason that if everybody is coming from the Middle East to Europe. Okay. His further response is, Islam is taking over Europe and USA because USA bombed their countries and destabilized the region. Okay, so I would wonder with this Europe issue, whether he is of the opinion that these Islamic people are coming to Europe and magically turning into Europeans, or if they are going into Europe with their Islamic sensibilities and seeking to change the cultural makeup of those areas. Would he be okay with that? Does he think that's warranted, considering what the USA has done? Oh, well, the USA deserves it. You know, that's basically what my question would be. Is it because the USA deserves it? Dave Smith is a simple-minded goofball, not a serious person. Why is he on TV? He is Sink Yeager level stupid. I actually think, Chink, sorry. I actually think, like I said, it's. I didn't know him before. I didn't know him for his comedy before this. It's because people like the thing that he's saying. They want somebody shouting and carrying on the way that he does. He's like a little mascot for them, and they find him brilliant because they just like what he says. They don't care about what the other person says. They don't consider those arguments. They just want somebody who can yell like this in their corner, and that's what they got, and that's why he's famous. They're there to woo, and he's just, yeah, he's what do you call it? He's resonated with them.
War after war after war that did nothing but slaughter hundreds of thousands of people, and then
See, they're like the, ooh, 100, you see, he said it, ooh, he said the thing, he said they slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people. Well done for Josh here, because Josh, I would expect him to really want to interrupt here when these words are being used, but he's not.
our Western governments had the most insane open immigration policy that was basically suicidal. We're doing this to ourselves.
Okay, so then he brings up the, wow, he's all over the place. Then he's got the, we had open border, insane open border immigration policy. We're doing this to ourselves. Again, he's doing this. Look, I'm angry at America. I'm angry at the establishment. And people go, wow, yay, I love it. It's brilliant. It's beautiful stuff. That's all I want. I want somebody to say these things for me. Is it a point we're doing this to ourselves? Just saying stuff for people?
We're $37 trillion in debt, and we're...
Oh, let's go. $37 trillion in debt. He's gonna give us that one. $1 trillion in debt. We can't afford this.
looking for another enemy to go fight. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, we've spent $20 trillion on empire. And
Okay, so he's just yelling about empire. $20 trillion on empire since the fall of the Soviet Union. I kind of want to remove points for him yelling and just going from one to the other.
wars.
He's pontificating. Not even, he's just rattling off. He's not even pontificating. He's rattling off.
And you know what? We can't tax enough money.
At this point, Charlie should remove. I should remove a point from Charlie for letting him continue. Like, this is all very fascinating, Dave. Look at you. Look at the vein in this man's neck. He's going for it. Wow. He's cannot believe it. Cool. But I'm still not convinced. Let's hear more. Yeah, at this point I'm going to remove a point from Charlie because he just doesn't stop him. But how many minutes has he gone? Maybe that's why he's not stopping him.
To pay for it. We can't borrow enough money to pay for it. So what do? We print the money. And now you guys are coming out
Okay,
of
now you should stop him. You're not making points, Sonny. But then again, is it the moderator's job to get a person to make points? I think if it becomes egregious, if he continues. But I don't know, man. My threshold is really lost. We print the money. We run out of money. We print. That causes inflation.
world, and you're wondering why you're 6 figures in debt from college and you're getting a job at DoorDash and the average house goes for 800 grand.
Okay, we print the money. Complaints about the economy. No, the moderator isn't an expert, so how would they know when to stop them? Yeah, well, a moderator doesn't know all of their argument. So,
Because we've destroyed the currency, chasing these monsters that were never any threat to our country.
Wow! Woo, we destroyed the chasing these monsters! Yay! He likes giving his rally speeches.
So
Listen, one quick point. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Oh, he's wants another one. He's like, let's go. I got something else to say. Adolf Hitler. What about him? And couldn't bring down America. Yeah, let's go. America chant, essentially. America, woo. So he just does more stuff. Let me just copy paste him here. for his own good. Hitler and the Nazis couldn't bring down America. Joseph Stalin and the commies couldn't bring down America. The British Empire couldn't bring down America. But you think the Hezbollah and Lebanon are a threat to us? Oh my goodness. He's gonna go into politics, isn't he? He's gonna go into politics and try and run. He better not. Please, please God, no. This is how his comedians work. Once he gets a taste, he keeps it going. That's exactly what's happening here. He's like, oh, the crowd. He's working with the crowd. He's working on the crowd. Like, he sees the crowds wooing back, so he's like, oh God, I gotta hit it hard. So now he has his major thing.
Nazis couldn't bring down America. Joseph Stalin and the commies couldn't bring down America. The British Empire couldn't bring down America. But you think the Hezbollah in Lebanon are a threat to us? They're a problem for Israel to deal with.
Oh my God, it's so easy for you to say, eh? It's so easy for you. They're not a threat to us. You know why they're not a threat to you? Because you are active, Dave. They're not a threat to us. Yeah, because you're doing shit to keep them down. You can't just ignore them because you're a big boy and nobody will come and attack you. Are you saying that you must just wait? Just wait until they attack you now. Like, is that it? Is that how you... I think it's a little bit naive. It's not that I'm saying that, oh no, that America needs to watch its back. I'm saying America has to be actively a threat to people as well. It cannot just pretend to be a big boy. It has to actually be a big boy. It has to follow through on the things that it says. It can't say, don't mess with us, don't mess with us, don't mess with us, and do nothing. It cannot do that. You don't get to pretend to be a big threat yourself and not be dangerous. You can't pretend. You can't bluff. You really can't. He's making a campaign speech. That's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah. And it's great for him. That's great. But we're here in a debate now. So we're gonna have to have a discussion eventually. But Charlie, I think I guess I wanted to minus points for Charlie, but he's giving people timed responses. If you put out a wildfire a few times, then no more wildfires will appear. Okay. Hello. Oh, Daisy Meow, it's you. Okay. So, are a threat... Oh, it's just for Israel. It's just a threat for Israel. Okay. Threat to us. They're the problem for Israel. To deal with. Okay. Threat to us. They're a problem for Israel to deal with. We are... Okay.
To the families of the Beirut barracks bombing in 1980.
Oh no. You see, and look how excited he'll get. Don't minus points, Charlie, yet. Imagine how Piers would look after an episode. Okay. Okay, so look. Dave's response there. He's like freaking breathless. And now he's gotten, of course, Josh frothy. Not frothy as in like completely unreasonable. But Josh feels like he has to take the power back because he's gotten the woos. So he starts interrupting.
Are a threat to us. They're a problem for Israel to deal with. We are
to the families of the Beirut barracks bombers.
So he goes, say that to the families of the Beirut barracks bombers from 1983. He's gonna bring that up. So there is his interruption. Yeah. Again, it doesn't work. I'll minus a point. It's an interruption. Yes, he's done with his point, but maybe I'll put a minus half. Like, I understand Josh is wanting to get a point in. I'll minus a half. Okay? Because he's just trying to get an Josh interruption. Like, he hasn't been given permission to speak. So it's Josh interruption with a Josh interruption attempt. But it's just not a good thing to do it. Okay, it's not I wouldn't want him to do this, okay? It gives Dave a bit of a jazzy feeling, and I don't want Dave feeling jazzy at all.
In 1983. Seriously, say that to them. Have you spoken to the families are the people who...
Okay, so Charlie lets him. Charlie, minus points, Charlie! Minus points! Because he's just letting them go now. He's not moderating. Dave's interruption. Oh, can I incorporate both? He had 2 answers. The flow. He has been, up until now, he's been talking to them. Okay, he should have put his lack of insertion here. Because remember, we were giving points for insertion. His lack of insertion is a minus points. Okay, Dave is enjoying himself. He's jazzing. Okay, so interruption attempt, but we'll just say Charlie doesn't interact, intervene, or direct. So I've minused a point there. And then next, Josh continues. Okay, so his is
have been killed in 1983 in Beirut, Lebanon.
The people who have been killed by those IEDs in Iraq, you're casually dismissing. Okay. Casually accuses Dave of casually dismissing people who died from the IEDs in Iraq in 1983. Okay, because remember that's his whole idea, his whole thing that he's leaning back on is, oh well, in 1983 Iraq was an enemy, that it's not going to, Dave's going to jump on that, but he's saying, look, you're calling when Iran is when Iran and Iraq, when anyone in the Middle East becomes a victim, you're saying that's just Israel's problem. But what Dave will say is the reason why were those Americans in those countries. So.
People who have been killed by those IEDs in Iraq that you're just casually dismissing. Have you actually spoken to any of these families?
First of all, yes, I have.
The 9/11 families, any of them?
Yes, I have.
Have you spoken to these families? Sometimes fine to let both debaters cook as long as they're not speaking over each other, deflecting through pointless whataboutisms or gish galloping. Well, that's what seems like is going on here. It's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna accuse this guy of this. I'm gonna accuse this guy. I'm losing fascination for this conversation here.
Where are Iran's involved in 9/11?
Yeah, okay, so you're just asking me questions over
Guys,
my attempt to answer them. Stupid.
This is why I'm here.
See, then now they're just going back and forth.
So, right? Why don't we both just take a deep breath, because they want to see a debate where they can make their mind up. They don't want to see interruptive stuff, okay?
Good, Charles. Back and forth, and then it's just questions back and forth. I'll put here in talking over each other. And then we've got Charlie interrupts finally, so we do get that. I don't like that he let it get to that point, but he at least is de-escalating. Okay, I'll put his comment here. People don't want to see this back and forth stuff. They want to see arguments. Okay, they want to hear a discussion. Okay. Sorry, stupid. Okay, so you have to answer, steelman both your arguments. Cool, so he's going to steelman their arguments. Good stuff.
Why this is going to be a different type of discussion. So, let me both steelman your both arguments. You have to answer to me, okay? So,
I like the idea that he's saying you have to answer to me. Like, obviously, in our debate yesterday, there was none of this needed because they weren't this fiery. The people were very reasonable. They weren't trying, they at least actually liked each other and respected each other, it seems. Obviously, it was a lot easier the debate that I had to deal with, the people that I had to deal with. Here, people are in front of a crowd much bigger than my little chat, and they get the whoops and the this and the that. They have this moral grandstanding that they need to do. They have a moral obligation to win the debate, okay? It's not just about exploring ideas. It's, I am fighting for what is right here. So big emotions underneath all of this. And so now him trying to say you have to answer to me is actually, it's a good tactic, because letting it go through the moderator creates that sort of funnel where we can try and filter out all the rhetoric and all the rah that they're putting through for the crowd, and we can get some of their ideas. I'm hoping so. So I'm very happy to have this. You have to answer to me. That's quite a cool point. I really gave him points for this. So anyway, what did he say?
Josh, well, actually to Dave first and then to Josh. Josh is saying, what about all of the Islamist death that they're responsible for? Beirut bombings. You mentioned the Shiite. That's basically the essence of your argument, right, Josh? By saying, did you talk to? He's saying, why are you minimizing this? That would be.
Why are you minimizing?
Josh's contention. Is that fair, Josh?
9/11, there's so many examples.
Right. Dave responded to that, and then I will throw it back to Josh.
Well,
Okay, so yeah, I will be a moderator. So I let them talk amongst each other and it didn't work. So now I have to talk. I have to speak between every turn that you guys have. That's what I would say. Do that. Moderator speaks in between each person. They have to do that when we're going to be yelling at each other. Okay? So let me ask the questions, essentially. You have to talk through me. So I just want to get his copy paste his things. Are you aware? I don't want to see interruptive stuff. Okay, I'm just going down. The Islamist. So sensitive. Deaths, okay. Why are you minimizing this? He's doing that. He's asking, why are you minimizing this? That would be Josh's things. There's examples. Dave, respond to that. Then I'll do it. So now he's going to say, I didn't minimize the deaths. Okay. Dave's response.
I certainly don't think I in any way minimized any of those deaths. I made the point that Ronald Reagan still sold weapons to Iran a couple years after that, and I made the point that those roadside weapons were built in Iraq by Shiites there. That's not minimizing it. This is a huge part of the reason why we never should have invaded Iraq to begin with, because we get our bravest young boys killed. It's tens of thousands of them have committed suicide.
Oh, yay, crowd.
In the last few years, and that doesn't seem to stop anyone from wanting to pursue the next attack. So the point is, right, that...
Okay, so he's going to... Dave's response is, I didn't minimize it, refuses or refutes or denies that he minimized. Repeats the factual bits and emphasizes how bad the deaths are. They were the reason, part of the reason, sorry, not to invade. We have to get that. Hold up. Oh, you guys couldn't see Daisy. I got a carrot. Alright. Yeah, a guy just showed up with a carrot. So good. I'm not gonna say it. Okay. What's the point?
I think if we want to really understand this stuff, it's wise to look at what some of the motivating factors for the hatred against us is. All you got to do is listen. Yes, I have talked actually to families of people who have died in Iraq. You know what? Overwhelmingly, they're non-interventionist, anti-war people now. In fact, did you know that in 2008 and in 2012, Dr. Ron Paul got more money from active duty military than all the other candidates combined, including Barack?
Okay, so look into +1 for what? Look into the hatred. For us. That is +1 because he did a counter. Look at the hatred for us. The reasons, sorry. Motivations. USA, and then he's also going to say this is akin to when Josh was saying, oh, people in the polls, this and this and this. He's saying, oh, well, I guess it's not akin because it's more relevant, saying that people that were in active military funded became non-interventionist because war is so bad. So it's a little bit more relevant than saying, oh, MAGA people are happy with Israel. That it's a little bit more like that. Maybe don't hand the carrot unless you want clips. Don't two-hand the carrot. I'm not two-handing the carrot. Did I? Okay. Military have gone to war. Non-interventionist. Ron Paul got a lot of money from okay. That Don Wabbit. Oh! You can definitely hear me chewing her. If I eat enough carrots, you know what? I need a bit more of a tan, so we should do it. I've pinned that.
Obama, because the active duty military are actually the ones who are the most hardcore anti-war. So don't invoke them. Let's try to sell another.
But Dave, I'm going to follow up with a tough question. I want you to make the case because I don't want to have you be able to get past this. You say Israel is not an ally. That is not an opinion that people hear a lot. Why is that?
Look.
Okay, further question. He doesn't want to let him go past it, so you say Israel is not an ally. That is not an opinion we usually hear. Okay. That thing snaps like ash protesters thing under. Yeah, it's quite a thick one, boys. Okay.
All I'm saying is, Israel has at every turn, and look, again, when I say Israel, I'm talking about the government of Israel. I'm not talking about the people there. And I'm specifically talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party who have been in control for most of this time, for most of my lifetime. Yeah, and right, most of the 21st century. And so when I say they have been constantly pushing America toward more aggressive policies, toward getting in more fights. And just like I always say, if you went out to the bar every single night with your friend, and every night...
Okay. He's being challenged for this wording, essentially, that they're not an ally. So he's like, okay, well, it's because they're always pushing us towards fights. But I'm pretty sure America wants to fight. You yourself would know that, right? America wants to fight. It's not Israel going, you better fight, and America's this peaceful boy on the side there. I guess he's like, well, he wants it will give him more of a chance of peace if he didn't have this fighty Israel friend, is essentially what he's trying to say here. All I'm saying is that Israel has at every turn, and he also just makes sure that he's not like talking about Israel's people, he's just talking about the government of Israel. Okay. Most of the 21st century, they've been causing Israel. Israel has pushed USA into fights. More aggressive policies. Okay. So then I'll say goes into the comparison of going out with a friend who always gets you into a bar fight. This is why I say Dave is a big fan of bringing things down to a slice of life.
Your friend's trying to convince you to get into a fight, and while you're beating a lot of people up, you're also taking a lot of wounds, and you're going to jail, and you're getting in trouble. You got to stop hanging out with that friend. And so I think that
he's waiting for the crowd to woo. You see?
My position, I don't believe in wars of aggression and wars of choice. I don't believe in.
I don't agree on wars of aggression. What we like gentle wars and wars of choice.
Sanctions. I don't believe in that. We should be friends with Israel. We should trade with Israel and have a good relationship with them. But you know what? I also don't believe in welfare, and they shouldn't get another dime of U.S. taxpayer money, and they should not.
Woo! You see what they're very happy about. Dave Smith says untrue things, then deflects when confronted with his doublespeak. But you see, who confronts him with his doublespeak, wise one? Nobody does seem to confront him. I suppose with this question you are confronting him with the question of why are you not calling them an ally? The doublespeak kind of can be there, but I'm not seeing clear cut doublespeak here, and another thing is that I don't feel like anybody does confront him or confront his exact arguments. He is allowed to fluff around. You say Israel's not an ally, so it's basically I'm saying that because I don't like that Israel has put us into more aggressive policies. Okay. And then he wants to go, oh, we can trade. He softens it. He goes, we can trade with Israel. We can be friends with Israel. Be friends with Israel. But no welfare. But I'm against welfare. Welfare. They shouldn't get another dime of US taxpayer money. No more taxpayer money to them. Okay?
So
their lobby should register.
See? Oh, he gets so excited when no. I would shut him down if I was Charlie. Hold on. Because he sees the crowd is getting rowdy, so he starts jumping to it.
As a first taxpayer money, and they should not.
Woo!
So
their lobby.
Hold on. No, not hold on. I'm the fucking moderator. Shut up.
Should register as a foreign
that's a good
agent,
segue. Finish up.
and they should stop blackmailing our politics.
Got it. So back.
Ooh, they should stop blackmailing our politicians. That's quite a claim. They should register. They should register as a foreign. Okay. They should stop blackmailing our politicians. Interesting. Okay. So I hold on their lobby. Their lobby should register as a foreign. Okay.
To Josh. Back to.
And you see how ready everybody is. See how ready everybody is to hear this. There are people that are genuinely just, they don't want money spent on Israel. But then there's other people that don't want money spent on Israel simply because they don't like Jewish people. And it's very hard to find the line between them until it's too late.
Josh, Dave had some uninterrupted time there. Let's now address that because, you know, again, there's a text chain. I have all the text to prove it. Everyone knew where this debate was going, right, Dave? There's been no surprises. Josh, you knew that there's some concerns, and Dave mentioned it, such as, I think you're saying AIPAC. Is that correct?
Well, the broader Israel lobby,
fine,
that's certainly part
fine.
of it.
Okay, so the lobby. They should stop blackmailing. I'd say he also brings up their lobbyists. Should register as foreign. As foreign, I'm just going to say organizations. I'm curious to see what will happen, what Dave thinks will happen if isolationist policies are implemented. Well, he will say no, he's not isolationist. He wants to be friends with everyone. That's what he wants to do. So he's not isolationist. He's non-interventionalist. Interventionalist. He doesn't want intervention, but he thinks that you can be friends with everyone and trade with everyone without being aggressive. And that's just the thing. Nobody will use the vacuum, the power vacuum. Nobody will use that. Everybody will just chill if America chills. Okay, we do have Charlie referring to a text chain to say, hey, nobody has been surprised here about it. About what we're talking about here. So nobody's been ambushed, essentially. Then he goes, oh, by the way, text to prove it. Everyone knows what the debate is doing. There's been no surprises. Josh, you knew that there are some concerns Dave mentioned, such as AIPAC, okay? So here is the question. What is the question about AIPAC?
Can you address this, Josh?
Yeah.
Because this is a question people are confused about. Take 2 to 3 minutes on this, and then build out the ally Israel at the end of it. But Josh, Dave is making the point. I'd like you to respond.
I think I'm gonna have to minus points from Charlie here. He hasn't kept them on track. He's allowed that yappa of Dave to get them off track, and he's not asking the question clearly here. He says, oh, address that question. What's the question? Phrase a question. I'm minusing points! Charlie, he's not phrased a question. He just says, what do you say? The moderator's role isn't simply always to say, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? You may respond. I don't think that that's enough all the time. Maybe it is when people are very articulate, but when we're just thrashing around, I think it would be better to word questions for people. So hello. Hi. That was a lunch order because I didn't know my husband was coming home early, so he had to order lunch for himself. Anyway, When I say give them money, in America there are stats that have money in their budget to give to Israel, taking money from the locals. Yeah, that's what people are upset about. SA government won't give anything to Israel. They hate... No, SA government will keep the money to themselves. Okay. Where was I? You know what? This is interrupting. This has not been a productive day, guys. We have 1 more hour left and I'm 10 minutes in. Alright. Get it together. I need to put that in the clip library. It's still on Discord. I'm a female, give me money. I'm a female with my mouth full. Give me money. Alright, let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. So, we've got, okay, this is now we're going into, I suppose, meta-wise, we're going into the discussion of Israel's influence on American politics, right? Because if we have lobbyists, if we're talking about lobbyists, then we're going to be talking about Israel's influence. But I would have preferred if Charlie had actually phrased a question. It's very difficult, obviously, when you're at this pace as well on stage and all of that, but it would have been better if we can pause and go, okay, Dave has brought up his concerns about lobbyists. He just did. About lobbyists, and his contention is that Israel is quite involved in manipulating American politics. I say this because blah blah blah, like I speak. Okay, I know that I spoke a lot in the debate as well last night, but really make sure that people have understood that having the moderator speak a bit more can actually just make everybody focus. So just don't be like me and lose focus of your whole sentence. But yeah, he could have phrased a better sentence and asked him, okay, what do you think these lobbyists have too much of an influence on American politics? What do you think their influence is? Is it bad? Call me crazy, but if saying Americans are anti-Semitic for not wanting to give money to Israel, what can I call them? Because I want money from Americans as well. That's anti-narcissistic. No, that's true. I don't think you can do that. I think when there are people that are literally like, listen, we cannot afford this, and that is their only gripe with it, I think that's fine. But the people I do have a problem with are the people that already have this really deep hatred for Israelis, for Jewish people, and they look for reasons to hate on them. Those kinds of people will say the same thing. They'll say it's about money, but at the same time, they will have this joy that they get this joy from hating Jewish people. But there are a lot more normal people out there that are just like, hey, could we have the money for local stuff, please? So, but why do we care? Because then it'll be a threat to you. Because that's what Josh has said here. It's like Islamism is a threat. Otherwise, anyway, there. Hi, Zaxi.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not a fan of APAC. I donated. Okay,
so he's Josh's discussion of APAC. Josh's response regarding APAC. Not a fan of APAC. He does admit he
once to APAC $54 like a decade ago.
Yeah, he did he at least admits to having donated because somebody somewhere would find the receipts and say, look, he donated to them. So good move
I
there.
basically got swindled into doing it. So I'm not a fan of AIPAC, but AIPAC is not this nefarious boogeyman that Dave said he'll make it out to be. It stands for America-Israel Political Action Committee. It is a group of Americans who place a premium on the U.S.-Israel relationship the same way that the NRA is a group of Americans who place a premium on the Second Amendment. I do too. I'm a concealed carry.
Okay, so no, it's not a fan of AIPAC, but he says it's not. So his counter thing is there is no they're not this nefarious group the way that Dave is saying. So he's not agreeing with Dave. It's not a nefarious group that Dave makes it out to be. Okay, he tells you what it is. Appreciate it. It stands for America, Israel Political Action Committee. So I would want to know, why are you not a fan of it? That's a nice question. Why are you not a fan of it? You say it's not a boogeyman, but you're not a fan. Why are you not a fan? Okay, not that it's going to change your answer, but I just want to know, what are the things that you don't like about it? If any. You've said you're not a fan. Okay. America Committee, it places a premium. Maybe that's the thing he doesn't like. That it's you pay for it. Places a premium on the on the Israel relationship. America relationship. The question of foreign lobbies having much influence in American politics is legitimate. Unfortunately, the Venn diagram of anti-Semites and people who are only asking questions overlap a lot. Yes, that's what I mean, Abram. That's what I mean by people. There are people that are just genuinely saying, "Hey, we're suffering over here in our own country. We want things spent on us. We want things spent on us, and we're not seeing the utility of spending on another country. You're telling us it's a threat, but I feel like my grocery bill is more of a threat to me right now. That is what is my biggest problem as a United States citizen. But then there's other people with the anti-Semitism that they're frothy about Jewish people. And Jewish people, even in their country, in their own country, they just have that. So, and they overlap, and it's unfortunate, because it's really difficult. They will. It's an insidious thing. The people that are anti-Semites can tend to be insidious, where they start off with just asking questions, and then you speak to them a little bit more, and then they're really loopy about it. They're not just asking questions. But we try and figure out who's who. Anti-Semites not welcome. Anti-Islamic people also not welcome. I explained this in the first episode, guys. Don't go after each other's religions. Okay. I joined a really nice Discord server today, and I like the way that they phrase their rules. So I think I'll put that together and put it into our rules. It's like they're there for conversation. I like the way that they worded it. So anyway, let's go.
Kind of guy myself. Same way that there are any number of other.
So he says it's an organization that places a premium. So I think that's his problem, is that it actually makes you pay because it is a thing. I actually like being an empire. I just hate the upkeep cost. You know what? That's I'm okay with the honesty there. The upkeep cost is, and you know what the cost is also lives. So Dave Smith is an unconstrained or utopian view of reality, but not understanding the world accurately is potentially dangerous. That's what I see from him. Like, I do understand his questions and his objections, okay? But that does not mean that I am willing to take his solutions. So his questions might be valid, but his solutions are a bit far-fetched in my opinion. I don't think you can be just friends with everyone, and you can't be non-aggressive ever. You know, I don't think so. And I do wonder what the world order looks like when America is not the big boy on the playground. I know what America is like. I'm used to America being the big boy. I don't know what it's like having another country as the big boy. And I don't think I want to find out. But that is akin to wanting to waste American lives and things like that. That's not it. It's just way more complicated than Dave Smith will make it sound. But the reason that people love what Dave Smith is saying is because he puts it so simply for them, and they want to take it that simply. They want to keep thinking of it in that simple term and not think of all the multi factors all over the place that make it so fucking complicated that I want to throw my hands up in the air. I don't find he offers many solutions, just many complaints. That's true. His solution, he has very specific complaints. That's what I find with Dave. He has very specific complaints and broad ones, of course. He can go all over the place. He's got range when it comes to complaining. But when it comes to solutions, it's very vague. It's be friends. It's, diplomacy. And he does also have this thing of, America is the big boy with the big stick, and nobody can threaten us. But at the same time, America can't follow through either. America can't be active. It can only threaten. But eventually, when you're just threatening and never following through, your threats they have no power. So, I don't know. We need to, that's the naivete that I see in Dave Smith's approach, is that, yeah, eventually you're gonna have to follow through, and it's gonna be ugly. People are anti the bad people that are Jewish. Only a small percentage literally just hate Jews. Some are racist. People who say all white people are racist, so that is true too. People are anti the bad people that are Jewish. Only a small percentage literally just hate Jews. Well, whoever that percentage is, I'm not a friend of. Same as racist. People who say that all white people are racist. The racist people that say all white people are racist are also racist. And I don't like them either. Wow, we still have to go. We have a long way to go, guys. So I'm gonna cool it with the chat. She says. Okay. America, Israel, politics, organization that places premium, and then he compares it to the NRA. NRA, which places a premium on the First Amendment. I think it is. Sorry, which amendment is it? Sorry. I'm definitely not. On the second, sorry. Second Amendment. Sorry, Second Amendment. I told you. Okay, I'm not American. I never hear him offer a solution. Offer for one, and he says, look, random person, said random person on random thing. No, he will do that, but when he is pressed, he will say diplomacy and be friends. We can be friends. We must be friends with the world. In the beginning of this debate, he says, the solution is, and I will go to the top of my diagram to tell you exactly what he said. We don't have to go to the video, because that would be a navigational nightmare. Speaking of navigate, he goes, stay out of entangling alliances. So he doesn't want entangling alliances. So obviously he would think of Israel as an entangling alliance, not a good one. Stay out of unnecessary wars. Cool, that makes sense. I would like to stay out of wars completely, but we know that when we are in war, they must be absolutely necessary. Cool. But obviously when it comes to America trying to justify a war, to say something is necessary, he'll say, you're just trying to justify war, you're just addicted to war, as opposed to, no, this war is necessary. Yeah. Stay out of unnecessary wars. Be friends with the world and trade with the world. That's his solution. It's a lot easier said than done. Okay. Where are we at? I'm going all the way down. Compared to... So he's got a point here. He's made an point. Okay. That's his point. That, okay, they're putting in a premium and they...
Lobby groups that support any number of other things. By the way, there's also similar groups similar to AIPAC for American citizens who support...
Okay, so he's got a counter argument. Oh, there's... If you have a problem with AIPAC, there's other groups that are like it.
U.S. relations with other foreign countries. Funny how these other groups never get brought up in this debate. For instance, anyone who's been to Glendale, California, you've probably heard folks in ANCA. That's the Armenian National Committee of America, a very loud, active group in Washington, D.C. Perhaps more nefariously, there is the NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. It's funny how in these debates, when you talk about various American citizens who get involved to lobby or to express their political opinion, as the First Amendment gives you the right to do, because they think that the U.S. national interest is served by allying with a certain country, it's funny, and perhaps a little worse than funny, how the whole register as a foreign agent talking point comes up only in one context and one context only, which is AIPAC. Look, the notion, Charlie, that AIPAC, which again, I'm not a fan of. I literally, I'm not a fan of AIPAC.
Why are you not a fan of it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of AIPAC for the reason.
Thank you. Good boy, Charlie, for asking why you're not a fan of AIPAC. But okay, so he brings up the, there are other lobbyists who are not brought up as nefarious, brought up during these debates. Not expected to register as foreign agents. So he goes Ankara, which is Armenia, Iran, the thing from Iran, which is NIA, which is National Iranian American. It's Iranian. These are American citizens who use the groups to express interest in allying with these countries. Okay. Which one's by far the biggest? Perhaps we should start with that one. Oh, which one of these groups is the biggest? Okay, so anyway, that he brings that up. He's not a fan, but he's like, look, there are lots of lobbying groups. Okay.
that I'm just about to give, actually, which is that AIPAC exists, their raison d'etre, their entire purpose for existing is to secure large-scale annual appropriations, currently about $3.8 billion annually, in U.S. aid to Israel. I'm not a particularly big fan of foreign aid in general, and I've been arguing for literally a decade that the U.S. should wind down foreign aid to Israel in particular. I think it actually is a bad idea for both countries. Do we have a...
Okay, so he's not a fan. Okay, I'm going back to the not a fan thing. It's what? Its whole purpose is to get aid. Is to get aid from America. And he even brings up around $3.8 billion annually from the US into Israel. I'm not particularly a big fan of foreign aid in general, and I've been arguing that should. So he argues that they should bring it down. Arguing for bringing. See, this is why you have to focus on what his argument is, right? That's what I want with people on the stage. If this guy, yes, people that are usually in agreement with him are going to be like, no, the aid is fine. Israel has the right to ask for aid. Israel is an ally. Israel should gain from its relationship with the USA. You would expect that's what his argument is, but now he's saying it should dial it down. That could be a wiggly way of saying, oh, I wanted less, but I don't want it to go away completely. So that's probably a better way to go about it in any case, because just withdrawing, as we've seen with US aid, it's just withdrawing it completely quickly. That causes quite a bit of turmoil. But yeah, he says he's arguing for dialing it down. He is against. Not a fan of foreign aid, right? Foreign aid in general. Very important, it's not a good idea for either country. So that's a good bit of them to have common ground on.
Agreement on that?
Yeah.
If you want to wind it down to 0 tomorrow, we have agreement on that.
Yeah,
Sure.
tomorrow,
But yes,
because-
I'd support
So
winding
we
it
have,
down.
so we have
to-
agreement on an
yes.
endpoint?
Yes, sure.
Okay, keep going.
I'm not a particularly big fan of foreign aid in general, and I've been arguing for literally a decade that the U.S. should wind down foreign aid to Israel in particular. I think it actually is a bad idea for both countries.
Do we have agreement on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason he asked is, okay, so he is asking, do we have agreement on that? I guess you've noticed a point that they should agree on. Let's ask, do we have agreement on that? I guess we get a snarky response from lovely Dave over there. Instead of saying yeah, he's like, what? Only if you want to bring it down to 0 tomorrow, then I'll be happy about it. Yes, okay, we understand. That's him distrusting the wording that Josh has given. He gives a snarky response. Of course, he just cannot help himself, can he? He has to say, well, only if you bring it down to 0 tomorrow. Okay. Only if you bring it down. Well, not even only, he said. Do we have agreement on that? Yeah, if you want to wind it down to 0. Zero tomorrow. We have agreement. So I have to make it very clear. I have to make it very clear that I do not agree completely with it, because I cannot. It's not possible. Dave's response. Okay.
If you want to wind it down to 0 tomorrow, we have agreement on that.
Yeah,
Sure.
tomorrow,
But yes,
because-
I'd support
So
winding
we
it
have,
down.
so we
Oh my goodness.
have agreement on
Yes.
an endpoint?
Yes, sure.
Okay, keep going.
An endpoint?
Yeah, so you obviously, yeah.
Oh, you guys are good people. They just cheered for agreement. I like
Yeah,
this.
so you-
Yes! They just cheer for agreement. Yes, I cheer for agreement. I cheer for progress in the discussion instead of you, yep, both of you. Full of shit.
That's the point. We're not here just to hurl insults.
Yeah.
You could do that on.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys can do that on Piers Morgan, thank you. Charlie gets a point for making sure that they go to the agreement.
This is here to actually have some sort of. We're a nation. These are our fellow citizens. We got to figure this stuff out. Josh, keep going.
Yeah, so you obviously can't do it tomorrow because that would be to betray an ally in the middle of a hot war. That would send a terrible signal to other allies, Saudis, Emiratis, you name it. So you can't do it tomorrow, but I do agree.
Okay, so he goes reasonable. Nicely done, Josh. Good for keeping decorum, because Dave, shit stirrer that he is, if you want to run it down tomorrow, that whole idea, right? He does that. Josh could easily get irritated with that and also get snarky with it, but he's like, okay, the suggestion is to wind it down to 0, so we can't wind it down to 0 because this is going to be a problem, because that is then abandoning an ally during a war. Okay, we've got here, we want agreement. Sorry, just Charlie emphasizing we are not here for insults. Okay. Okay, we've got Josh's response. So we can't Josh, keep going. So you obviously can't do it tomorrow because that would be to betray an ally in the middle of a hot war. So yeah, that will send the wrong message to anyone who is an ally. Okay, so that's what he's saying here. My Dave Smith impression was spot on. Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually inclined to minus points from Dave for being so pissy, but I'm trying not to. Okay, because I did that seriously. I did it in the first episode. I was doing it to Josh. I was taking points off for every tiny little thing that I did not like him doing. But it's okay. That's fine. Okay, so they've been in a constant state of conflict since 1948. If you have to wait for peace in the region, it's never going to happen. Yeah, I'm sure that's what Dave is going to say. But this is now not just conflict. This is hot war. At least it's at heightened. This right now is heightened conflict compared to the usual. Okay, so the usual shit. You know, the usual killing that happens in the Middle East. Okay, so can't do it tomorrow because we'd be ugly to our allies. So you can't do it tomorrow, but I do agree that you should have a game plan.
Agree that you should have a game plan 5, 10, 20 years, whatever it is. I don't really care, honestly. Get a game plan in place to phase out this aid. It's not good for the...
Okay, get a game plan to phase out the aid. In 5, 10, 20 years. Just phase it out. So he's got something of a solution there where he's saying phase it out.
United States, it's crony capitalism, Eisenhower defense industrial complex.
Okay, so he's against it. He's saying, I don't care, I just want us to get it out. Game plan is to phase out aid. It's not good for the USA. Okay, so it's not good for the USA. I wonder, shouldn't this be a very good a point that we can connect on here? But this is probably not good enough for Dave. Dave is probably going to be like, no, he's talking shit or whatever he's going. So I'm wondering if there's just going to be I don't believe you going on. It's not good for the USA. But you should have a game plan. It's not good for the USA. It's crony capitalism. Crony capitalism. Oh my god, I recognize that as a South African. Eisenhower Defense Industrial Complex. He's using all the buzzwords to say, listen, I agree with you. Okay.
North of Grumman, all of that is totally true. And then from Israel's perspective, it's also bad for them too because it makes them overly reliant and actually ends up undermining the entire notion of Zionism.
Okay, so it's bad for USA, it's bad for Israel. Because they become reliant. It's bad for theirs. It undermines Zionism. Look at him owning Zionism, because this is used as a pejorative nowadays, right? So he says, look at his face when he actually says this.
The Jewish perspective, it's also bad for them too because it makes them overly reliant and actually ends up undermining the entire notion of Zionism, the notion of the Jews should
like shakes his head, notion of the Jewish
control their own rights to their own existence and their own homeland, undermines it.
So he's really gone hard by bringing that word up. He's owned it and he's taking it. He's like, yeah, it undermines Zionism, which is something I'm keen on. So that's kind of a threat. Not a threat. It's kind of a stand. He's making a sort of stand by using that word.
Zionism in the long run. So it's actually bad for both countries. But Charlie, this notion that AIPAC is this big, powerful lobby can be dispelled.
Okay, now he just goes back to the fucking AIPAC. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. I think we can talk about this. But okay, we're going again. AIPAC is a problem. It's not a problem.
With literally one anecdote, and I only need one anecdote to dispel this oft-repeated notion, which is the entire 2014 to 2015 Barack Obama-Iran nuclear debate. The fact that the
Okay, AIPAC is not that much of an influence, and he uses this factoid because Obama 2014 2015 Obama Iran nuclear debate. the
CPOA, Barack Obama's Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action Nuclear Deal Pass, is literally the singular data point that disproves the entire alleged existence of the nefarious Israel lobby that controls all politicians there. They failed epically to get that passed. But I do.
Okay, so at the debate they failed to get the JCPOA. The fact that the JCP Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action deal passed is literally the singular data point that discovers the entire alleged existence. Okay. Let me go back, sorry.
And I only need one anecdote to dispel this oft-repeated notion, which is the entire 2014 to 2015 Barack Obama-Iran nuclear debate. The fact that the JCPOA, Barack Obama's Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action Nuclear Deal passed, is literally the singular data point that...
Okay, because JCPOA passed. So basically his contention is if APAC was that much of a factor, it wouldn't have struggled to get passed, to be passed the way it was. He does admit, he does actually say that this one anecdote is good enough. He asserts that. Waffle?
Disproves the entire alleged existence of the nefarious Israel lobby that controls all politics.
Because if they do, the whole idea is if they do have all of this control, they should be able to get that through. Why would there be one case of them not getting exactly what they want immediately if they were this nefarious?
There. They failed epically to get that passed. But I do have a question, Charlie, for Dave there, which is...
I will translate it.
Okay. Well, Charlie, I would be very, very curious, based on Dave's recent tweets about Donald Trump doing XYZ things, whether it's covering up for a pedophile ring or engaging in foreign wars, all on behest of a foreign power. Does Dave actually think that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the entire Trump administration are literally bought off by the Jews? Is that actually your honest sense?
Okay, so what Josh...
Okay. Don't answer.
Well,
No, you don't fucking answer, Dave. You know how it goes. I'm annoyed by these people, the way that they're so freaking excited to speak that they don't realize there's a person in between. I will mute your fucking asses is essentially how I would I would go with this. Because he said, I will translate the question. You wait for him, okay? You wait for Charlie to tell you, for Weird Head Charlie to tell you. -1, yeah, let's go. -1, Dave. Okay, because he did. Now I'm awake enough to focus after coffee. Nice. I would love to have another coffee, but that would be 3 coffees today, and I will have heart palpitations all over the place. So, right, Josh. Yeah, this is not right. His question now. Josh wants to ask a question. He's supposed to let Charlie word the question for him. So. Basically, I would be very curious, based on Dave's tweets, whether he thinks Trump is bought and paid for by the Jewish community.
yeah. Well, first off, well, it's always look.
No, Charlie. -points, Charlie. You've made it necessary. Okay, you have made it necessary. You've done this thing. Sorry, I've actually added a point there. You have not followed through, Charlie. -points. You've not followed through. Because when you say, I will translate it, I want to ask Dave a question, I will translate it, you better fucking translate it. Okay? Even if you repeat exactly what the person said, say instead, you can even make a joke of it. You can say, well, Josh wants to know. You know, you can really, really do it, but you need to follow through. If you're going to say, I'll translate, you translate. Even just say, hey, so Dave, what do you think? Is Trump completely bought and paid for by Jewish people? So you don't have to say the Jews or anything like that. Do it. No. So I'm gonna say -points. Charlie does not translate the question as he said he would. So that's where our -points. Sorry. Right. Then, well, what is he going to say?
All of this. I mean,
I do have a
literally.
tough follow for you,
No,
but
but I'm
please
sorry, but just like everything you just said, like all of it, I just find to be like the cheapest debate tactics. First off, I never said any.
Okay, that's the cheapest debate tactics. Now, answer the question. You're calling out cheapest debate tactics. Guys, if we want to talk about cheap debate tactics, but okay. You could have called out cheap debate tactics earlier on when the first thing that he said was the tweets. That would have been fine, but God, look at this man's face. I can't stand his... I just can't stand him. Ugh. Okay, anyway. I'm not helping myself get through this.
Anyone's bought off by the Jews. We're both Jewish, and that's a dirty little trick you
That's a dirty little trick.
play when I'm talking
I'm
about
the only
a foreign-
non-Jewish guy on
Well, I'm
stage.
talking about a foreign. Yeah, I'm talking about a foreign government, and then you kind of imply. And no, again, this is all just straw man.
I'm talking about a foreign government. This is all straw. He loves to call people call people out for straw manning. So, sorry, what is your argument here? What is your response? They asked you, oh no, this is bad debate tactics. First off, I never said anyone's... Listen! He says, I never said anyone was bought off by the Jews, bought and paid for by the Jews. No. That's exactly how you answer. You don't have to say, I never said. His question was, do you think? Do you think that they are? Your answer should be, no, I do not. It has never been my contention that blah, blah, blah. You don't have to be a pissy little thing here and say, ooh, that's bad. I'm not... I get distracted by the faces. Ugh. Peak level smugness. No, I don't enjoy this. No, I'm sorry, but just like everything you said, like all of it is just to be the cheapest debate tactics. First off, I never said anyone's bought off by the Jews. His question was whether you thought somebody was bought off by the Jews. He did not strawman you. He asked you a question. I don't know, minus points for being a douche, being an idiot. Okay, what else? I'm talking about a foreign government. So we also do this little wheedle, because sometimes I'm talking about Jewish people and sometimes I'm talking about a foreign government. He has made clear that he's talking about a foreign government. But who makes up this foreign government of yours? Yes, you can call it out and say, you know what, you calling them Jews is quite a bad thing. It's quite an ugly tactic. Just better for you to say it that way, that you calling it Jews. I would refer to it, a better way to refer to it is that they are a foreign national. But okay, what do we even say is Dave's response here? Dave's response, bad, accuses Josh of straw manning when he was actually asking a question. So that's where I'm going to minus the point. No, he was not straw manning, he was asking you a question. Okay, and then what is it? It's a foreign government, not Jewish people. Okay, so Jews is disingenuous. Label. Okay. Then what? What else?
Trying to be like the cheapest debate tactics. First off, I never said anyone's bought off by the Jews. We're both Jewish, and that's a dirty little trick you play when I'm talking
I'm
about
the only non-Jewish guy on
I'm
stage.
talking about a foreign. Yeah, I'm talking about a
Charlie gets minus points for interrupting.
foreign government, and then you kind of imply. And no, again, this is all just straw man. It's this whole thing of like Dave saying AIPAC is this big bad monster that controls everything.
You just
and
said foreign
hold on. Therefore, if I have one data point of where a policy that AIPAC didn't want gets through, that disproves the whole narrative. And then this distraction with talking about the Armenian lobby or this, it's like, yeah, well, if we were having a discussion about that, maybe that would come up. But we're talking about this. And to compare AIPAC to the NRA, who, by the way, are kind of sellouts and don't go nearly far enough. But like, I'm a hardcore gun rights guy.
We got more agreement.
Yeah.
We love our guns, don't we, everybody?
No, you know the NRA guys who always go, the key
This is not even worth putting in.
is to enforce existing gun laws. No, the key is to repeal every...
Okay, so this is a lot of fluff. NRA fluff. Because there was also NRA here before as well. He also NRA fluffed as well. Because he was like, I've got concealed carry. So it was the same thing with Josh. Like, I concealed carry. Let's get some of people in in the crowd to woo because of guns. Yeah.
Last one of the existing guns. There should be one law,
Shut
the Second
up.
Amendment. That's the law. Okay, but all that, no, it is totally
Oh, sorry? He wants to get rid of all gun laws, by the way. NRA Fluff wants to remove all gun laws. How's that gonna work for you? Okay.
different to have a group of Americans advocating on it for a constitutionally protected natural right for American citizens than to have a group of Americans advocating for a foreign government in conjunction with that foreign government. That's a different.
Okay, so this is yeah, you can't advocate for a foreign government. He just disputes Josh's characterization of AIPAC as a committee sort of thing, as not a threat. He still sees it as a foreign agent. Cool.
Thing. And to even let me finish, Josh. And to even compare them is ridiculous.
Let me finish, Josh.
And listen, by the way, I'll just say this. Every single person in this room, you have to hate AIPAC. You don't even have a choice. You're here at Turning Point USA. AIPAC contributes millions of dollars to woke progressive Democrats if they support Israel. In other words, it's okay to destroy our country as long as...
So it has some more stuff for AIPAC. AIPAC should be hated by Turning Point. Point USA, because it supports the other guy. This tribalism is disgusting. Yeah, but they peddle to the crowd for doing the NRA. Now he's peddling to the crowd to say, hey, you know what they do as well? AIPAC also it supports Democrats. So there's that. It supports woke Democrats. So there's that, boys. I actually want a minus for the tribalism. Why not? -1 tribalism.
That helps Israel. So I'm sorry, I don't know, Turning Point USA. This is my first time here. Quick question. Are we allowed to support groups that contribute millions of dollars to woke progressive Democrats? Because I thought the answer was no.
So Josh, and then Dave, I'm gonna have a tough follow-up for you, so take a drink of water. Josh, what would you say to that? Because, look, I wouldn't, some people would ask the question.
Yeah, let's ask a better question instead of what would you say to that, because then we might as well not have you here, Charlie, please.
Okay, does AIPAC have more power than like your traditional like Armenian lobby? And more broadly, let's just take it more broadly. Like, is there any concern that, or how would you address the concern? Let me put it this way. How would you address the concern that some people have that a foreign government tends to have an outsized amount of platform in the US government?
That's a better question. Thank you. I don't give him shit, or don't want to give him shit for taking so long to word it, because I can hardly word my own sentences in my own head, okay? Never mind on the stage. So he talked himself to a better phrased conversation, right? He's like, okay, you know what? Do you have a problem? How would you deal with this? Biased debate diagrammer? Yes, absolutely. I'm biased. I just make sure that I'm telling you about my bias. Asking good question, +1. Yes, this is true. Thank you so much, Wise One, for reminding me to give points. Because that's really, a lot of the time, I'm just going on. I'm saying, I like that, and I don't go and give points for it. So, let's get his... Because I thought I would ask the question, does AIPAC have more power? So when I see AIPAC, I think Asia Pacific, but that's not what they're talking about. Okay, have more sway. Let me put it this way. How would you address it? I think that's a good question. Also saying, how would you address this? How would you approach this? That's a more interesting conversation to have. Than just, what would you say about that? What do you say about that? Well, how would you change this? If somebody says there is, if there is an outsized control from the outside, there is oversized Israel representation, what would you do about it? So let's see.
Charlie, I think that there are tens, if not hundreds of millions of Americans who care a lot about U.S. relations with the state of Israel for understandable reasons. This literally goes back, by the way, those of you who are
Okay, this doesn't help. You got asked the question. Maybe it's he's just framing it, so I can't say it's the end of the world. Josh's response, he's framing his thing of, okay, well, there's lots of people that support Israel. Okay, and remember, this was part of his first approach in the in the beginning. He spoke about the polls and how many people that actually do support Israel. We don't want to do, that's not the question. We want you to answer the question itself. So if he doesn't get to it and he just gives us a story, I'm not going to be giving him points for it. Josh's response. So far nothing, but we've got, okay, people support Israel. So I would expect the argument, which I haven't gotten to, I haven't seen. People support Israel. To make this relevant, you would have to say, because there is a contingency, there is a group of people that care about Israel, they need to be represented in our republic, blah blah blah. That's the only thing I can think of him doing. So
familiar with American history, this literally goes back to the American founding. The American founders were extremely eloquent and outspoken about this. From George Washington to John Adams to Hamilton.
Okay, so now he's going into the history of it, and so far he needs to bring it around. Historical support.
Abraham Lincoln's famous February 1861 speech referring to Americans as an almost chosen people, they quoted the Hebrew Bible over and over and over again. They understood that the Christianity upon which America is predicated is not exclusively, but has a lot of Old Testament Hebrew Bible emphasis therein. And that's been part of our Constitution, part of our legal code, part of our moral code since day one. So it is completely reasonable for people in the year 2025 to look at that, to look at all the other things we talked about when it comes to deterring Islamism and Sharia supremacism, when it comes to trying to achieve this Abraham Accord-style nationalist, realist foreign policy, when it comes to deterring the Iranian regime and their various proxies. It is very, very understandable for American citizens, again, Americans, to look at that and to conclude that we have important reasons for allying with Israel. They are not doing...
Okay, people support Israel, historical support, and then also religious support, religion-based support. Because it's it's like the anti-Islamism and the Abraham Accords kind of thing. He does bring up the Abraham Accords, style. Religion-based support. There is a lot of Old Testament in the religion of the USA. Okay. Still not bringing it around for me. He's just reiterating his argument. He's not answering the question.
So on behalf of a foreign government, this framing is absurd. It's utterly...
Okay, so what he's saying is it's not on behalf of a foreign government. So Jewish is not foreign. Okay, so he is actually because of all of this underlying history of Jewish people in America, or Judaism in America, Israel is not a foreign is not a foreign entity, a foreign government. So he does not. So Israel should not be allying with Israel is not the same thing. With Israel isn't at the behest of a foreign government. It's because of people actually caring about Israel. Isn't at the behest of a foreign government. It's very easy for you for me to then jump and say what is Israel he's muddying the Jewish people versus Israel thing. He said he's not Israeli. So yeah, this thing of being ethnically Jewish versus religiously Jewish, he's using that as a connection that people have, which I can't deny that is a connection people do have. And like I said earlier, even Christians have that connection with Jewish people. Yeah, he's equating the state of Israel for the religion versus the religious concept. Yes, he's interchanging those, and that's easy prey for somebody who's trying to allege that this is a foreign government, and you're just placating, you're just making excuses for Israel. Realist foreign policy when it comes to deterring the Iranian regime and their various proxies. It is very understandable for American citizens against Americans to look at that and to conclude that we have important reasons for allying with Israel. They are not doing so on behalf of foreign. I think that's a better way to word it. We have other reasons to ally with Israel, not just the religious ones. But it's. Do you condemn apartheid? Yes, I do condemn apartheid. Wow. Also, is water wet? Also, do I condemn war? Yeah, war's pretty shit. Hey, DJ. Hi, guys. Right, so best behest of a foreign government. Ally with Israel, isn't that the behest of a foreign government? They're doing so because they're patriotic. Okay, so they are the people that support Israel are doing so because they're patriotic.
Sir, they are important reasons for allying with Israel. They are not doing so on behalf of a foreign government. This framing is absurd. It's utterly
sorry, behalf. Allying with Israel isn't on behalf of Israel. Of a foreign government. I love little kittens. I love little kittens too.
Sir, they are doing so because they are patriotic Americans, and they feel it is their subjective sense that as patriotic Americans that this alliance is furthered.
And they are U.S. passport holders. Some people think that they're strictly.
Okay, U.S. passport holders. See, Zach, see? Oh no, Zach's going. Oh, cheers. He's saying hello. Okay, sorry. I thought it was the goodbye. Cheers.
Foreign. Their subjective sense that as patriotic Americans that this alliance is furthered.
And they are U.S. passport holders. Some people think that they're strictly foreign nationals. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's simply just not true. Now, guys.
Okay, so the fact that there's U.S. passport holders means they're not foreign. They literally just genuinely care about Israel. No, they're plants. The way that Dave is making this sound is as if they're foreign agents. Their loyalty is only to one country, and it's not America. So the people are Americans with American passports. Okay, they're American citizens. Okay.
Say that by the way, someone who's been very critical of AIPAC, but it's just simply not true.
We're using that as a filler term. So now, Dave, for you.
We're using that as a filler term. Okay. We're using what? We're using? No, I might have to minus points here from Charlie because he just kind of just goes, strictly foreign nations is correct. Let's go back here.
Someone who's been very critical of AIPAC, but it's just simply not true.
We're using that as a filler term. So now, Dave.
What are we using as a filler term? That's fragmented.
For you. Two quick ones. Do you think that the Council for American Islamic Relations should register as a foreign agent?
Yeah, I don't think there should be.
Do you think the Council for American Islamic Relations should register as a foreign agent? Okay, so this is now anything that is representing another country in your country. Should it be? That's why he brings up the Council of American Islamic Relations, right? Would that need to be also a foreign agent? Should register as foreign? Yeah, I don't think there should be any groups advocating on behalf of foreign government. You're being consistent. Great. Yeah, good for you. Dave. Okay, Dave's response. Could I do the next 10 minutes, guys? Could I get to 1 hour? Could I? Okay. Dave's response. I don't need to diagram it. Let's just go through this. Let's just react now.
Any groups advocating on behalf of foreign governments
you're being consistent.
yeah.
Because this will be the last day. No, wait. We can do another one tomorrow. We actually can do another one tomorrow. We can continue with this tomorrow.
Secondly, though, and Josh did not say this, but he laced it in through one of the salvos. That was, he said, you know, Dave, you're accusing them of being bought by the Jews. Now, Dave, there is a rise of, I just think, some disgusting stuff online. I'm not blaming you for this. I'm not one of those.
Okay. He's got the consistency. Right. So Dave's response consistent. Yes. I don't think there should be any. So I'm glad he is consistent. Now, the next question is... what do I think about the registering as a foreign agent? I don't know what does registering as a foreign agent do? What does it subject you to? Does it subject you to certain kinds of monitoring and that sort of thing? Because if that's so, I think that's fine. You don't have to be registered as like, if it's akin to registering as a sex predator, then maybe not. Maybe that's, I don't know, what's the difference? Just having them registered as a foreign agent, what does that do? Do they continue to operate? That's fine. I think that you have to do that if you're a security risk. Okay, so you got to make sure that you're a security risk. Well, that's what I'm saying. It would you be subject to monitoring and things like that? You know, that sort of thing. Maybe that makes sense to me, that you would want that. But then again, any collection of, say, diaspora in any country, like that could make you a foreign agent. Like, just because I've got dual citizenship, am I a foreign agent in South Africa? More scrutiny. I think that's okay if you got, but I guess the thing is, oh, if you got nothing to hide, then it's fine. Is not a good enough argument. They should have privacy, blah blah. But organizations, I have a lot more. I have a lot less grace to give organizations than actual individuals. I have no idea what. Okay, well let's put that in mind. What question? What does? I'm not going to answer it now, but what does registering as a foreign agent do? As a foreign agency, whatever. I mean, we're all just making educated guesses here, I suppose. I think it's just right now the way that they're using it is, oh, we put on an ugly little label for people. Okay, because it's like, oh, you're in South Africa. It's kind of like a you agent. There's a parliamentary thing that you can call each other. You can say you're an agent, so maybe that's part of it. Why would you volunteer for extra scrutiny? Well, you would not volunteer for this. You would be put into that category, and you have to suck it up, boy. Okay. Dave's response, fine, we've got, okay, so he then talks about, so you are...
Islamic relations should register as a foreign agent.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any groups advocating on behalf of foreign governments.
You're being consistent.
Yeah, that's right.
Secondly, though, and
oh, yay, consistency, well done. Did I give him a point? Sorry, I need to give him a point for that. At least, well done. And he answered the fucking question. Remember, we were oh, good question. I suppose we should give Charlie a good a point for that as well. Then Dave got a point. Okay. Then next question is.
Josh did not say this, but he laced it in through one of the salvos. He said, you know, Dave, you're accusing them of being bought by the Jews. Now, Dave,
he laced it. Yes, he did. He didn't say it exactly, but he's like, you're accusing them. Nicely done, nicely reworded, nicely packaged for Dave to receive it by saying, listen, Josh didn't say this exactly, but he packaged it for you, and he said he's basically accusing you. We understand he's basically accusing you of thinking that our politicians are being bought by the Jews. Okay. Now, what's the question?
Is a rise of I just think some disgusting stuff online. I'm not blaming you for this. I'm not one of those
Okay,
people.
so first of all, we've got, he didn't say it. Okay. Sorry, I just want to put that in because I'm gonna lose it. Then it's not, he's not blaming Dave, so he also puts in there, I'm not blaming you for the anti-Semitism online, right? Is there going to be another question underneath here? So?
People, right? But what do you have to say that there's this like dark Jew hate out there? And you see it and I see it. I hate it. It's not good. Yep. And everyone in this audience, guys, don't get yourself involved in that. I'm telling you, it will rot your brain. It's bad for your soul. It's bad.
Nicely done. I really enjoy that. I like that he's used his position here to tell people to stop being full of shit and to actually kind of disavow. Use your time to disavow that kind of Jewish hatred. So spend that time to do it. So well done. Charlie's on 10. Okay. I'm not blaming. So he did also do that. I'm not blaming you, but and he goes to this. I'm not one of those people, but one of those people. Then goes into the audience. But don't get yourself involved in that. I'm telling you, it'll rot your brain. Good boy. I'm anti all hate. No need to be specific. Absolutely. There you go. Although I do need, these days I need to be specific because just the whole idea of even mentioning Israel gets you a certain kind. But hey, today we got the other side in. We got representation from the other side. So we got some religious hate from the other side. So it was all great, some great stuff. Everybody hates everybody. So yes, thought, how do you navigate critical or foreign government? So, it's bad for your soul, it's bad, it's evil, I think it's demonic. And so Dave though, how do you navigate being critical of a foreign government?
Bad. It's evil. I think it's demonic. And so, Dave though, how do you navigate being critical of a foreign government while also, like some people say, well, your fans hate you, so you're not responsible for your fans. That is dumb, that is terrible, I don't believe that. At the same time though, Dave, you have a big responsibility on your shoulders, right? Because you're saying something that is heterodox, not popular opinion, that some people are trying to use to push a much more sinister agenda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what is the question though? You're pushing a sinister, I suppose it's kind of like he's pushing him to making the point that you're saying something that could be used to push a sinister agenda. More sinister agenda. So it's kind of like respond to that. He didn't, I think he could have worded a question here more than just, oh, so people are taking this a bad way. The question is vibes here. He doesn't actually ask an exact question. I would have preferred this whole thing, but then with a question at the end. The question should be, how do you deal with these people? How do you deal with your questions that you're asking about Israel? How do you deal with the people that are taking your curiosity and using it for a more sinister agenda? How do we deal with that? I think that would have been put that at the end. But anyway, he's going to comment. He's basically just saying, comment.
Well, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that...
Hello, baby. Oh, he wants food. Actually wants food. Sorry, guys. Hold up. Yes, boy. Oh my gosh, what a day. All right. Actually, it's reminded me of the time anyway, guys. We have a few minutes and it's already. Yeah, snack time anyway. I saw one guy put it like this. How often in your job do you get to tell your boss what to do? Oh, are you saying a way to look at whether you are responsible for your audience? Yeah. How often do you tell your boss what to do? Is that what you're saying, Ruby? Look, guys, we can continue with this tomorrow, and I would like to finish it anyway. So I'm gonna stop it here. We've only done like 15 minutes. I tell my boss what to do all the time. He calls it nagging. Love it! Love it. I'm trying to figure out. Well, I emailed you finally this morning to see if we can do a think this week. So we'll talk after this. Essentially, I'll be on my phone. My boss argues with me all the time. I work for myself. Always give him shit. Do it. I have bosses like that. They are the best. Yeah, I think I haven't nagged anyone. Just comment on Trump not being able to tell Bibi to go away. Sorry. Oh, just a comment? Oh, that Trump can't actually do it because Trump's boss. Okay, sounds great. Anyway, guys, listen, today has been quite chaotic. Maybe that's got to do with our what we're gonna talk about in the think this week. But keep that in mind. Yeah, let's summarize what we've done today. We redid the points. So actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the points as of 51, 58. Okay, we've got Dave. Dave has 10 minus 6, so he's got 4. Dave has 4. Charlie has 10 minus 4, so he's got 6. We've got Josh with 12 minus 5. So, 7? Is it 7? Yes, 7. Alright. That's where we're at. I've got the points there, and we will continue tomorrow. We can finish this tomorrow. If I pull my finger out my ass and just get the shit going. Because I was cleaning up for an hour today. I was cleaning up the diagram and the points and whatever. But yeah, chat has 1 point, guys. Sorry, chat. Chat has 1 point. So just letting you guys know. Well done, chat. But yeah, just another thing, or carrot even. Good morning, Americans, or carrot. What? The carrot has been a problem. Guys, also look at the little, how cute and friendly this eraser is. So we'll put the points back up tomorrow with the tally or whatever, and continue. But just a reminder, this is kind of like these points seem kind of like, whose line is it anyway? The points are made up. The points, the minus points are not made up. It's the giving of points. Anyway, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna continue with this, and yeah, summarizing with what we got today. We got more of the same, I think, today. We got a little bit less of the factoid hurling. This happened at this in this year and this kind of thing going on. Now we got a bit more into the opinions, which I was happy to do. And yeah, we actually got a lot more of Charlie not being a very good moderator. We got some minus points for Charlie today. He minused 5 from himself. So that's quite a thing. Charlie was not doing as well as we thought. But it wasn't like him misstepping in asking stupid questions and things like that. It was waiting too long, or not wording a question instead. So yeah, it wasn't the worst moderation, but I'm being a bit harsh on him now because I enjoyed the first half. Maybe he's fatigued after all that BS. Absolutely, I think that's it. See you guys. Thank you, peepers. Thank you guys for chilling with me, and I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a nice life. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I'll see you next time, chat. I hope you had fun. We had a pretty great time, but now we're done. If you disagreed with me, that's okay. It's fine to be completely wrong and gay. Daisy was a menace with her tail in the frame, but she's a pretty kitty with a floofy mane. I'm about to go and touch the sky, so for now, friends, Kate, thanks, bye.
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch!